letu, tufanye sote bidii, nasi tujitoe kwa nguvu, nchi yetu ya Kenya tunayoipenda, tuwe tayari kuilinda. Na tujenge taifa letu, ndio wajibu wetu. Kenya istahili heshima, tuungane mikono pamoja kazini, kila siku tuwe na shukrani.
All right. Thank you very much for joining. It is yet another Sunday that we converge on this timeline as the citizens of this nation to deliberate and prosecute issues that affect all of us, finding out a common ground and action that we should undertake in order to ensure that our country is governed in the right manner and according to the rule of law. My name is Amerix, and I am the host of this Citizen Assembly. Remember, this Citizen Assembly doesn't belong to me. I am just offering my platform so that citizens can have an opportunity to speak out boldly, strongly, without being censored or censorship. Indeed, it has been a very trying day today. You have all heard the news or seen the news that 247 of us were killed and dumped in a mortuary in the city. If anything does not make you sad and mad, then let that be. It can't be that our Kenyans are killed and dumped and nobody sees this as massacre. It's very bad. It's very painful. If anything does not make you sad as a citizens of this nation, then let that be. Today it is them. Tomorrow it might be you. If anything does not make you angry at the manner in which young Kenyans have been killed and dumped, then nothing will. I'm so angry today. Niko na hasira sana. But I don't want to speak because nikiongea nitaambiwa I'm inciting people. I'm so angry. Something else I want to say is respect. If you are on this app called X, respect your followers. Respect the people who followed you, believing in the philosophy that you sold to them for them to follow you. Don't betray them. It is better you remain alone, but never betray the people who believed in you. It was never going to be easy. It will never be easy. But if you can stand alone, never betray your people. Never betray the people who believed in you. And that's what I believe myself, that the 1.9 million people who follow me, they follow me for a reason. They are not doing me a favor. I am not doing them a favor. There is no favor we are doing each other. But there is some common dream that we share together. It is this dream that we should not betray. So never betray the people who follow you. Never abuse them, never disrespect them. If you think you do not agree with what your followers are saying, just keep quiet. Just keep quiet. So today I have a host of people who are coming to speak. And of course, if you want to speak, You can raise up your hand or you can ask for the mic. I see my friend there, Oletea. Oletea is a sports enthusiast. I can see Papa Ruben Kigame. Ruben should be given a mic today. We really want to hear from him. He has been a very consistent soldier with us. He has been standing with us and speaking the truth. He has never wavered. I have never seen him say A today like the other politicians, then he says B tomorrow. So I'm requesting my co-hosts to locate Ruben Kigame and give him the mic so that he can talk to us. I can also see my longtime friend Kingori. I can see Alinur. I can see Professor. Professor is back. Actually, Professor should be telling us where this fight of ID cards has gone to. I can see Joshua Okayo. Joshua Okayo has been leading the civic education drive back offline. I want to tell you this, if you're listening. Don't have this thing called self-importance on this app. Most of you think that this app is everything. Out there, people are talking. Civic education is going on out there. But here on this app, nyinyi mnashinda tu mkitukanana, mkipigana, mkiona nyinyi ndio kila kitu. Actually, the real civic education is happening on TikTok. I'm not on TikTok, but the real civic education is going on there. I'm also not on WhatsApp. I left WhatsApp in 2019. But I hear there are groups where people are learning, they are educating each other. Na nyinyi hapa X ni kugombana tu, kutukanana, kupakana matope. What is this kind of self-importance mko nayo nyinyi watu wa X? Wacheni ujinga bwana. We are the one who started this thing. Mnakumbuka vizuri. We triggered the conversation. That is a plus for us watu wa X. But do you know the conversation went beyond X? Iko huko nje. Right now, I know there are people in Jacaranda, in whatever, wako kwa ground wanaongea. Na nyinyi hapa X mnatukanana, nani alilipa huyu, some bullshit discussion that don't add value to whatever. People are struggling. Here on my DM, people are crying every day. Watu hawana kazi. Weka uko na kazi, kuna mtu hana kazi. Kama wewe unaweza afford kulipa rent, kuna mtu amefungiwa nyumba. Do you know that? Kuna watu hata hawana chakula. There are people who are sick right now in hospital. They can't afford medical bills. And then tunakuja hapa kuanza kutukanana na kuonyeshana na what are we leaders? We have to show leadership. This X is like a library. Every app, TikTok, WhatsApp, Facebook, and all those apps, they are looking up to this app for information. Not just information, correct information. Wacha propaganda hii ya government fellows hii. Just ignore that one. The right factual information. They are coming here for the information. So wanakuja hapa, wanaangalia information, and then hao wanaenda TikTok ama WhatsApp or whatever, they break that information, wanakatakata kidogo kidogo wakishare na watu huko nje. Alafu nyinyi kitu mnakuja kufanya hapa X ni kutukanana. Sasa how does that help us? Let us not lose focus. We know our enemy is bad governance. Our enemy are the politicians in parliament. Nyinyi mmeona juzi wamekuja haraka haraka, they have done their vetting, but when it is about the common man, you will not see them. So tuache hii pettiness hii tunaonyeshana hapa, mnatukanana, mnavurutana. What is that? That's lack of leadership. And it shows that our enemies have infiltrated between us, and their aim is to break the entire thing, to loosen momentum, kumwagia maji, and then it flops. Then they say, hey, you see, tuliwaambia, you know. So we should know what we want. We should know what we want. Do we want to be the epicenter of factual information? It is this app where we learned about the finance bill. Mara ya kwanza. It is this app tumejua mambo ya Adani na JKIA for the first time. It is in this app tumejua mambo ya minerals for the first time. It is in this app we've learned a lot of things together as a nation. So why do we want to cheapen this app with petty things and vitu zenye haziongezi hata value kwa wewe mwenyewe as a person? Let this app remain the library that it was meant to be. Anyone akitaka information anakuja kwa app yako, kwa timeline yako, anachukua information yenye inamfaidi, anaenda huko nje anashare. Nelson anashare information ya Adani, mtu anachukua anapeleka TikTok, and they have been doing very good work. sharing information in bits wakipeleka. Nimeona mwingine sasa ameanza kuireduce to sasa ni vernacular. Break into a vernacular so that your grandmother at home can understand why people are agitated. Finally, the fact that watu wamenyamaza, it doesn't mean that people are okay. You saw yesterday in Nairobi, the governor was just like a dog. People are angry. Watu wamekasirika. Ni vile tu people don't want to talk. Watu wanasema tu, ai, wacha tu tutulie. But people are angry. Watu wako na hasira. People are suffering. And me, I want to repeat. Kama wewe uko na kazi, usifikirie mwingine ako nayo. If you can wake up in the morning and you know you have 3,000 in your pocket, there's someone who does not even have 10 bob. Hana. If after this space you'll be in your house sleeping in your blanket, there's someone hata ajui atalala wapi leo. In the event I just open my DM today, niwafungulie DM yangu msome, you will cry. Mtalia. And it's not just men, even women. Wanalia. Yesterday there was a young lady, I think she graduated from KMTC last year with I think a diploma in radiography. Na alikuwa anakaa na guardian. Imefika time guardian amemwambia, sasa mimi I can't stay with you. Hebu tafuta kitu ya kufanya. Ametafuta kazi hajapata. Na huyu ni msichana 22 years old. Anaambiwa aende huko nje bwana, hapa kumejaa. They stay I think in pipeline there. So she came to me in my inbox. She wrote a very long message. Nikasoma. I called her and she was just crying. She doesn't know where to go. I think she's an orphan or something. Hajui ataenda wapi. So I had to connect her to someone atempisha, aone kama atampea, hata kama atakuwa analipa kidogo kidogo as a locum, 500, 2,000, 3,000, so that she can keep on going. Things are bad. But wewe unakuja hapa X to just make noise and abuse people and insult others. What is that? We are losing focus. And the moment you lose focus, you get distracted, you become scattered, and you perish. How many years did these politicians unite? It just took one opportunity ya kuingia parliament on 25th of June for these politicians to unite. So when you unite, you've seen ODM and UDA, they are now speaking the same voice. I even saw someone say, unajua UDA, their philosophy is like ours. The only difference ni jina tu ya chama. You've seen it for yourself. Politicians who may unite, and they are not uniting because they want to give you good life. They are uniting because they want to protect what is theirs. And you citizens, badala nyinyi muungane mkwe kitu kimoja, you speak in one voice, you are now accepting to be scattered along tribal lines. Sisi wa Kikuyu tumepata, sisi wa Pwani tumepata, sisi wa Kisii at least tumepata kakitu, sisi wa Luya tumepata. Wewe umepata, wewe umepata. When you say sisi tumepata, wewe na nani? The most important thing is, are you able to fend for yourself? It doesn't matter nani yako hapo. Hata kama ni Mborana na wewe ni Mluya, it doesn't matter. As long as you can put something on the table. Lakini mambo ya kusema sisi wa Luya pia sisi tumepata, sisi wa Kisii pia tumepata, wacha tungoje. That's bullshit. Sisi pia tumepata. Mtu wetu wako, mtu wetu wewe na nani? Wewe mtu wako atakuja kwa nyumba yako. Sometimes we need to style up as citizens. These kind of gaps, hii weakness tunaonyeshana hapa, ndio inafanya politicians wanaungana, because they know we are fools. Sisi ni wajinga. They will come here and divide us along tribal lines, then along class lines. We are na pesa. We amelipwa. Nyinyi mnasikiza mtu amelipwa na wewe huna kakitu. Then after that, wewe ni Genzs, ule si Genzs. Wewe si Genzs. Mnafuata mtu mwenye si Genzs. Then they divide you along regional, generation, tribal, class. And then mnapiga makofi. Shida yenu inakuwa nini nyinyi wa Kenya? What's your problem? Mnanikasirisha sana. I'm so disappointed and angry. You see how people are being killed. Watu wanapatikana tu wamekufa, mtu ametupa huko. Suppose hiyo ni kazini yako, wewe utasikia aje? Wewe umepigiwa simu kazini yako ampatikana kwa mto. Wewe utasikia aje? how do we forget the pain that we carry as Kenyans? Mbona watu tunasahau? If there is any other thing inafaa to bring together as citizens is the pain. Ile pain tuko nayo. Nelson, ulifikia wapi hiyo story ya Adani?
Thank you, Amerix. Hata mimi I feel so sad when I see people on the timeline abusing each other. Wanafikanana, wanaakuziana, oh, so and so has been paid. It's so sad. And yet the other side, they have all put their differences aside. Kukuja kutumaliza, si ati kutusaidia. Unaona hakuna, there is no opposition MP or anyone who is talking about the Adani deal. No one. Wote wameungana and they want to finish us, but sisi tunataka kujimaliza. It's like a double ni double trouble. Tunataka kujimaliza pia tunataka kumalizwa. Sasa nani atatusaidia? So we've been experiencing a bit of delay on the court process for Adani, but we are going to file this petition this coming week, hopefully. And you've seen today on my timeline, I shared the feasibility report by Adani. So Adani, wanasema hii deal haijaenda through or it's still at the proposal stage, yet Adani wamesha patiana PIP, privately initiated proposal. There are some documents I cannot share, but they've been already signed. Zimesainiwa na watu wengi sana hizo documents. And it's not at the proposal stage, it's on stage 8. And in the PIP process, stage 8 is the second last stage before it's signed and the project is implemented. And around April, the directorate, the PPP, the Private Public Partnerships Committee, already recommended, they approved and recommended this proposal for project development phase. And obviously with a bit of recommendations on what they were supposed to do. But if you look at how the government is moving, they will not obviously implement what the committee recommended them to change in the proposal. And I was even being told by some people from KA that they might make even the terms even worse. Can you imagine what I have shared is gonna be even worse in the actual agreement? That's why right now everything, they went cold when this entire thing blew up. Saiwa menyamaza, everyone is quiet. Nobody wants to talk. The way the information was flowing, this is a public thing, but now it seems like it's a very secretive thing. They don't want people to know what's happening because the ultimate agreement will be worse than what you guys are seeing right now online, what I've been sharing in the feasibility study. ALG, they pulled out of being the transaction advisor of this deal because it's such a shoddy deal and they don't want to tarnish their name, but already they've been paid. And it was an upfront payment of 160 million for just to be a transaction advisor. Even them, they admitted that this is not, it's above market rates. It's too much money. But, and every day, you know, the president is saying we need to live within our means. We don't have money, we are broke, we need to increase taxes. But here they are paying people above market rates and then shortchanging us again on this list that they say it's not selling JKIA. So for the government, they're trying to divert attention by saying, oh, we're not selling JKIA, we cannot sell JKIA, but this list is tantamount to a sell. Can you imagine in Kenya, some people who own land that is leased for 100 years, see, that land is theirs basically for 100 years. It's the same thing. JKIA will be owned by Adani for 30 years. So this is the update I have for Adani. Let's keep making noise. And if we must, we will occupy JKIA again. Yesterday, the union for aviation workers had a meeting and they were very mad at this because the day before yesterday, there was an emergency meeting held by KAA administration trying to calm them down, trying to tell them that JKIA has not been sold, the same, the usual rhetoric by the government. But the truth is, JKIA is about to be sold for 30 years. That's the truth. And we have the documents. We are not Tusemi hii si historia jaba. We have the documents. Everyone can see the terms that I don't know how to say, the outlandish terms that are in this proposal by Adani. So the workers, they said they're gonna organize for a strike, and they want the board of KAA to resign, plus their managing director, who is an acting managing director. So they need to resign within the next 7 days. And I think it's a really good move. We need to support them. The day they want to strike, we also need to go to JKIA in solidarity with the workers, because in the terms, Adani says that they're going to renegotiate the terms of employment for all employees. That's number one. And then, after renegotiating the terms and agreeing with KAA and KCAA, they're going to issue them with new contracts. And in the new contract, you have to sign if you accept the terms or not. It's not at the, oh, now we have new management, so everybody will probably have to move to Adani management. No, you have to sign a new contract, meaning if they change the terms and you don't like the terms, you're going to be jobless. And the way we know Indians, they're going obviously to have even worse terms than what we have now, number one. And number two, government, normally they have excess staff. This is common everywhere in every country. So what they're gonna do, they're going to try and make the workforce lean, meaning they're going to try as much as possible to get rid of staff from KAA and KCAA. So this means a lot of joblessness. And I read somewhere in this proposal, they were telling KAA that they need to transfer this staff to other departments of government where needed. Meaning when when they say we don't need 40 or 50 or 100 or 200 workers, it's upon KAA to look for alternative departments where they can work, because Adani has said we don't want these workers for whatever reasons. Well, it's normal for private companies to want to operate in a very lean and efficient manner. So it means many people are going to lose their jobs. That's the reality on the ground when Adani comes. And number two, I have shared so many documents, Adani files. They've been accused in Australia. They've been accused in India multiple times. And even some of them have been jailed for corruption, money laundering, for so many things they've done wrong. And these are the kind of people we want to entrust with such a national asset like JKIA. It's unbelievable that President Ruto and Murkomen and whoever came up with this deal do not have the interest of the people of Kenya at heart. And the final thing as I finish is Adani, if you check the top 20 airport operating companies in the world, it's not even there. It's not even in top 50. It's nowhere to be seen. I mean, if today we say we're going to do a competitive bidding, Adani will not feature in the top 20 companies that we are going to approach, or we're going to select or to shortlist. It will not be there. It's not even in the top 20 companies. So we wonder how they chose Adani over all the other companies that will have better ROI, will have value for money. They have the necessary track record and experience, and that are making profit. Adani does not make profit. Last year, FY 2023 in India, in all the 7 airports that Adani is operating, they all made losses. This means that if they come to Kenya, and if you look at their history, how they do money laundering, how they cheat and don't pay tax, it means probably these airports are making money, but they're trying to make it look like they're making losses so that they don't pay tax and so that they steal from these people, the Indian government. So this is the same thing they're gonna do in Kenya. And
Hello, grammar, please mute your grammar boy. Yes, all right. Thank you very much. So, Nelson, you can finish.
Yeah, so I'm saying all these things. I do not understand why they're still pushing this PIP. It should have been rejected in the first place, because there are more than 20 companies that are better than Adani. Why can't we use them? Why couldn't they use bidding process? It's the default procurement method, number one. And number two, it's when you come to such national interest projects, it's the one that you are supposed to use over all the other procurement methods. And number last, the people are saying, these government bloggers, oh, expressway was done like this, oh, expressway has the same terms. In my view, expressway and even the SGR, they were new projects. They were not our national assets. But JKIA has been there for so long. It's our national asset, strategic asset, and it's making profit. Last year, it made 4 billion in profit after tax. So they cannot compare expressway and JKIA. These are two different worlds. If Adani wants, they can go to Konza and build a new airport for all we care, but they should not touch JKIA. Thank you, Amerix.
Thank you very much. Of course, they went to Adani because of the kickbacks. These are people who are ready to give out bribes. But I saw some documents circulating on social media here on X. Adani will operate all our airports for 30 years and acquire all revenue within this period. They will get our land. They won't build any runway. Just imagine that. So how are they building it to be, I saw Mudavadi say it's going to be a world-class hub or something. Those big words they use to confuse the masses.
Can you imagine they said that we do not need a second runway for the next 30 years. So until 2054, we don't need a second runway.
That is very bad. They will be granted authority to modify Kenyan aviation laws and policies. They will control our airports airside. That is the runway, taxiway, apron, and landside. That is the terminals, parking, and real estate. I'm told they are going to be given some land near the airport there to build whatever they want to build. But you see, that thing they're going to build will be a conduit for smuggling things. They bring things in Kenya that are contraband. Then they say, no, we are the Adani. This is our airport. Then they put those things in their warehouses. And then those things get their ways into our market. Then the locally manufactured products are disadvantaged because Adani has brought in contraband at a cheaper price. For example, sugar, milk, and those things. They get a fixed 18% concession fee. 18%. Hiyo ni pesa mingi sana. Only the Adani group will hire airport staff within 30-year period. This is very bad. They get 10 years of tax-free operation. So inafika time, if sasa sisi wa Kenya, we get a new government, for example, and they say, that Adani deal was bad, wacha tujenge yetu ingine huko kando, Masai Mara or whatever. Adani will not accept. Because they're saying you cannot build a competing airport within its visibility. Na visibility ya airports inakuwa kitu kama 50 kilometers radius. 50 to 60, I think. So you can imagine, tunaingia kwa shimo, tukiangalia, and when we tell people to make noise, munasema, sasa tuko sawa, tumetulia. That is very, very wrong. So I want to bring in my friend Oyamo. Richard.
Yes.
Take it up.
Yes.
Take it away.
Thank you. Thank you. My name is Oyamo Richard. I'm a writer and I'm a poet, and I'm glad to be in this session. I'm supposed to do two pieces, but before I do the first piece, I'd just like to quote what Matthew 12:25 says, that and Jesus knew their thoughts and said unto them, every kingdom divided against itself is brought to desolation, and every city or house divided against itself shall not stand. So this is to ask us to tusigawanyike, tusikubali kugawanyika. Let's remain together, united. The enemy is one. I'll begin my piece. Dear X, I want a rematch. I really do. I've been making some thinking lately, and I reckon that when you found me, I was still naive, and Adam who wouldn't see the snake in your tongue. And no, don't let this smile kid you. because I am mad as hell on an Easter Sunday, and in these acting shenanigans I've become an adult. In your manipulative games I shall no longer play part. I have learnt that there is power in the language of the tongue, not relating with that of the actions. You have taught me well that you can say water gives life, and then use the same water to life out of peaceful demonstrations. Do you know what irritates me the most about you? Obviously you don't. I forgot you never listen. Well, here it is. It's because you act like you're surprised that I'm referring to you as X. You never pay attention to my hashtags on Twitter, do you? With a straight face you book more and more and more and more and more and more deduction from my salary in the name of housewife allowance, and then expect me to believe you when you tell me I love you so much. Oh dear, you're such an actor. You deserve a Grammy or even an Oscar for the last prayer scenes you keep organizing, playing both the role of Jesus and Judas. Who told you I need a house? Such a kiss on my cheek. And why do you clench your fist, ready to start war when I ask you to explain why war in a far country has fueled the hike of fuel prices in our home, when our neighbors who purchase the same fuel from the same place have theirs at a cheaper price? It's only an explanation I'm asking for. Don't I deserve that too? Oh dear, you've pulled too many surprises on me. You're the pinnacle infamous example of online shopping. I mean what you order versus what you get. What are the endless abroad trips for? You're supposed to be my sunshine, but now in this home, you've become nothing but a flash. And no, I don't enjoy an iota of your travel stories. Them fake abroad jobs? Hell no. I thought you had to utilize my wits in building this home, not to brain drain me. Oh wait, I just recalled this one. Why did you get the audacity to tell me that my fingers can command a laptop to shit money? Oh dear, you're without doubt proven to be a serial liar. Akon, why did you bring me fake maize fertilizer? Of all the places you could take me for a holiday, why Haiti? You dare say that I do not appreciate how well you treat me when you have refused to even pay my doctors. Oh dear, I want a rematch so bad. I really do. I reckon when you found me I was still naive. You dare call me lazy, that all I expect is to receive and I don't work for it. Have you seen me in Nairobi, helter-skelter playing hide and seek with your boys in my attempts to finance your budget? Clearly you haven't seen me in the overhead sun trying to earn a shed. Have you seen me in Mombasa, sweating profusely in my attempt to extinguish the fire that your debts have set in my pockets? I guess you haven't seen me in Kisumu, languishing in despair after your friend has me from fishing in Jalango. You have no idea how difficult it is to escape this. Clearly, when he thought that we are all animals, it turns out I'm just but a donkey, and you are a pig. And now you're even bringing your fellow pigs to a matrimonial bed. Oh dear, I want a rematch so bad. I'm done being in this cage. I want to be a free bird. And no, I shall not let them cheer you on this time. I shall not let you marry another. I'm the one to stop your wedding to any other. From now on, I am your nightmare. And trust me, when the bishop will call upon anyone who has a reason to stop your wedding, I shall be set with a suitcase full of reasons. And even if by any chance he won't, I promise you, I shall come dressed in undisputable evidence that you do not deserve another marriage.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Oyamo.
Yeah, that's the first poem.
Thank you. Just hold on. Hold on.
It's called Dear X.
Just hold on. Hold on. Hold on.
I'll go straight to the second poem.
Hello.
But before the second poem, I'd just like to say that it's really sad to see that we have like 247 bodies in the morgue. That this could be so sad.
Hello. Hello. Edgar, can you hear me? Hello, Edgar.
Yes, I can perfectly hear you.
Yeah. So
Yes.
yeah, I think I had given him only one chance because of time. Sorry, my network had issues. So we go straight to the discussion. And before that, there is a young man here called MC Njagi. And MC Njagi will briefly tell us his issues. And I want you to understand why people are struggling out there and why they are being misused by politicians and why you need to be angry again and again and again. Even as you continue to do your things, you go to your business, you go to your job, remember that your enemy is one, that politician stealing your dream. And MC Njagi has been someone I have been playing his music here. You've heard the music. Maybe I can just play this one for a minute so that...
Royal Sound. Watu wengine wanahitaji kusalimiwa. Salamu kidogo tu. Tupatie namba yake tumusalimie. Get out. Tonenge namba yake mwatumukedhie. Tumukedhie. Ai, tumusalimie. Akedhwe. Ai, mwatumukedhie. Atile kilomo mwana. Watu wengine wanahitaji shikamoo. Wengine wanahitaji kusalimiwa. Ngeta utambia zingine zinataka salamu. Akia nani? Akikushinda tutumie namba yake. Na wengine sio salamu ya mundomo peke yake. Wengine wanataka makofi, shangwe na vigelegele. Wacha nikwambie Maina, tupatie namba yake tumusalimie. Salamu tu, tonenge namba yake mwatumukedhie. Ai, tumusalimie. Akedhwe. Ai, mwatumukedhie. Atile kilomo mwana. Ukiona mtu ametulia, labda amesalimiwa asubuhi. Kuna kengine kalini sinya sana. Akiao, nilikapeleka ndeti ya njioni. Kakakunja na mandemu wengine watano. Wakakula kama watu wanahama. Get out. Alafu wakaniambia nilipe mbilu yote ya chakula. Sawa, nikanjifanya nimeenda kunjisaidia. Piu, nikalipa yangu na nikatoka. Let me tell you, nakwambia walisalimiwa. Maina, salamu, shikamo, salamu. Ai. Maramba mwanangu, tupatie namba yake tumusalimie. Salamu tu, tonenge namba yake mwatumukedhie. Tumukedhie. Ai, tumusalimie. Akedhwe. Ai, mwatumukedhie. Atile kilomo mwana. Wacha nikwambie ndugu yangu, wengine hata hawahitaji kusalimiwa na mdomo peke yake. Wengine wanahitaji makofi, shangwe na vigelegele. Akikulemea wewe tutumie namba yake tu.
All right, MC Njagi, habari yako? How are you?
I'm good, bro.
Yeah, I came across your YouTube channel and I saw a very, very sad a video you had put there that you are leaving content creation because life had become difficult and your things have just gone under. What happened, sir? Maybe you can share with us briefly so that we understand how bad governance and bad leaders can drive your dreams into a grave.
Well, first of all, so much kwa sababu ya kunipea hii chance, and thank you also for reaching out, because I've been going through tough times in my life, and very few people have reached out, and most of them wale wenye wanakupigia wanakwambia don't give up. So at the end of the day, don't give up doesn't do anything for you. Don't give up doesn't solve any problem you have. At least, so I want to thank you because of reaching out and at least giving me this chance ya kuongelesha wa Kenya. and maybe let them know what has been going on in my life. So most of the people know me as MC Njage. MC Njage kutoka kitambo nimeishi kuimba hizi comedy music, so most people know me by the song ng'ombe ni ng'ombe. Wale wenye wamekuwa wakisikia ng'ombe ni ng'ombe tu ng'ombe, I have seen people using that sound, but very few people know me. People know my music, but people don't know me. People don't even follow me, but nimepata watu wanatumia hiyo music yangu hadi kwa advertise makampuni zao. When you try to reach out, wanakwambia enda kwenye unataka. We don't care, hiyo music umeweka kwa public domain itumike. So this is my story. Nilianza ile time ya Wavinya Ndeti, the current governor wa Machakos. Kuna kitu alisema hapo, alisema yaliondoa lesipite, and I used that. Nikachukua hiyo slogan yake, ilifika tu mahali ikaisha, nikachukua nikaimba yaliondoa lesipite with that accent ya Kikamba, and hapo ikaanza kupick tena, nikaanza kuitwa interviews. Nilienda interview 10/10 with wakati Willis Laburu walikuwa huko, nikaenda on NTV The Trend with the late Jambi Koikai, na pia nikaenda K24, lastly nikarudi nikaenda BBC. Nilifanyiwa interview mingi sana. That is when the former CS Honorable Moses Kuria called me, akaniambia ningependa hiyo tune, ningependa utuimbie song ya Jubilee. So that is what I did, na tukaenda tukapatana tu mahali tukaongea nini, and then at the end of the day akaniita road show, tukaenda road show Mombasa. So me, I was thinking ninaenda kufanya hiyo road show, nilipwe pesa ya kutunga song ya Jubilee na pia pesa ya kufanya road show. Hiyo pesa ya kufanya road show for 1 week. But to my surprise, the only pesa nilipatiwa ni hiyo ya road show peke yake. And for that whole week nilipatiwa 150,000. 150,000 for 7 days. Sikulipwa pesa ya nini. Pesa ya studio ni mimi nilitoa, pesa ya kushoot video ni mimi nilitoa, pesa ya kila kitu mimi ndio nilitoa. But I thought I was going to be paid pesa ya music, pesa ya studio, pesa ya music, pesa ya msanii. But the only money I got from Honorable Moses Kuria was 150 shillings peke yake. 150,000 shillings peke yake. And the other artists wenye tulikuwa nao kama akina Bahati and what have you, they were paid millions of money. But because mimi nilikuwa startup, nobody hakuna mtu alikuwa na shughuli na mimi. So my journey has been nilienda Churchill kwanza the first time. I don't blame anyone because probably it's the truth. I was told sina talent kama kawaida watu wengine. I was told sina talent, na nikatoka nikaenda nikafanya mambo zangu. Few months down the line, the Churchill himself called me, nikaenda show yake, and hiyo mambo ikaenda hivyo. But so few years down the line, I tried to reach out to these people, nikiwaambia since tumeshawahi work na nyinyi, there is something I'm going through. I'm talking about the current situation that I am in right now. I've tried to reach out. I've tried even to message them.
What is the current situation? Can you be specific and probably narrow the narrative?
Yeah, so few months ago, around 3 months ago, there was I went into a debt. Niliingia kwa deni fulani, and I was niliingia kwa deni ndio I tried to better my life kwa sababu things were very tough after now the COVID-19 mambo ya entertainment na music industry zilienda chini, so I went into a debt, so ikafika mahali nikashindwa kulipa hiyo deni. So I tried to reach out to the people that I know and the people I've worked with, thinking since tulisaidiana na I helped you build your brand in this manner, so at least the least you can do ni kunisaidia wakati niko na issue, because wewe wakati uko na mambo uwe unanipigia ninakusaidia. So nobody reached out. I have sent nimejaribu kuomba watu until now if you look at my YouTube imeenda dormant, because zile vitu zenye nilikuwa nazo, zile equipment zenye nilikuwa natumia, camera, equipment za studio zilienda na ile loan, zilienda na like nilikuwa nimeziweka zikiwa collateral, hizo zilienda na hiyo loan. The loan was not actually that big, the loan was 100k, na zile equipment nilikuwa nazo zilikuwa za around 3 or 400,000. So since nilikuwa nimeweka collateral na walikuwa wamekuja wakaona mahali naishi, they came and they took my equipment.
So this last music letter number tumsalimie, I can see the quality is not good. You used a phone to record it?
Yes, if you check that quality, I used my phone to record, and I told people this is the last song I am doing since sina hizi, because you see that song nilikuwa nimefanya before vitu zikujiwe, nilikuwa nimeirecord before vitu zikujiwe. So sasa nikasema since iko hapa na that is the current trend yenye inaendelea saa hizi, I said wacha tu ni shoot na simu tu vile iko. If you compare the quality for that last song and others, utaona quality ziko tofauti, because the others I was using a camera, but now that I said wacha tu niitoe vile iko isipotelee tu hivyo.
Okay.
So that's why.
All right. And now, so now where do you stay? Where do you live? Because I know things are bad for you. Things are not. Where do you stay? You didn't tell me where you live.
Right now, I'm living with a friend, a friend of mine mwenye ako na studio yake tu hapo kwa nyumba, but staki kumuharibia jina, but let me say this, I have been trying even to make content with his equipments, but kuna vile wewe unajua ukiwa unakaa na mtu kuna vile kuna vile anakuangalia na nini anakuambia ni kama anakuambia hizi vitu unafanya mimi hazinisaidii nini we. So sasa unaona I opted kuachana tu na nini, nikaachana tu na muziki, nikasema wacha tu nitafute kazi mahali tu nitapata.
Okay. Are you currently undergoing some form of clinical depression?
Sorry?
Are you going some form of clinical depression as we speak right now? Do you think your mind is just in a mess?
My brother, let me be honest with you. There was a have you ever felt like your brain is missed you? There was a certain time I went on top of a building and my mind was telling me jump. Oh. My head was just telling me jump. Like nimefika mwisho ingine yenye unashindwa what is the purpose of continuing to live, because even what you are living for is not there anymore. The people you are trying to entertain, unaenda kuambia wakusaidie hadi unaweka kapebili na huko kwa nini wanasema ni kiki, unatafuta kiki, unaweka kanini kapebili huko kwa TikTok, wanaanza kukutukana. Mimi nikikuonyesha zile matusi nimetukanwa until I ended up kutoa hizo video. Nilienda up kutoa hizo video kwa TikTok na nikatoa pia kwa YouTube. Nikaambia watu for now mimi nimeshaenda, maybe mimi nikifanikiwa nitarudi.
All right. Just hold on there. Pole sana bro. people are going through a lot right now, and it is very painful when you see people coming on X kwanza kutukanana. People are going through pain right now. As a country, surely, ile pain yenye watu wako nayo uchungu, we cannot afford to be divided. Honestly, we can't. This is just one story. How many stories are out there that we are not highlighting? I have Maguette Wade from Senegal. How are you? This is a young man from Kenya who is an artist, has been choked in debt. Just a representation of our countries in the continent. What is your comment on what the continent is undergoing? I'm sure you've seen Kenyan protests. They are also planning more protests this week. What is your comment on whatever is going on in the country? Margaret.
Thank you so much, Amerix. I'm very happy to be here. At first, I was like, am I supposed to be here? I'm not Kenyan, but I think we're all brothers and sisters, so thanks for having me. And MC, I am so sorry to hear about everything that you've been going through, and I'm so glad, when you were in that building that you eventually made the decision you made to stay with us, and please stay with us. It will get better. I know that when I say these things, people think I'm crazy, but Africa will get better, and it will get better in our lifetime, and that's actually what I want to talk about. So, Amerix, when you asked me about the state of this continent of ours, I'm from West Africa, and I'm sure you guys all know about what's going on over there. The coups have made their comeback, because our youth oftentimes thinks this is everything else has failed us. Let us try this. Although what I'm here to share with you guys is pretty much the way I'm looking at all of us. At the end of the day, I look at our problems and I literally can put it into one bucket. And that bucket has to do with our lack of prosperity. We're poor. We're just the poorest region in the world. You can say, how can you say that? We have all of these natural resources. We have all of these great young people. Yes, all of those are riches, but that's not what I'm speaking of. What I'm speaking of is, basically us being prosperous nations. And if we look around, we're not. I think what MC just talked about, it's not talking about somebody who's being prosperous. So for me, I spend my whole life trying to figure out why is it that this is the case right now? Why is our region in the situation it's in right now? And as many people for the longest time, I thought it was simply because we, because of colonialism, because of racism. I was there. I was I was in that mindset for the longest time. And eventually I became an entrepreneur. And I was an entrepreneur. I'm right now building my third company. What my companies all have in common is there's always a sister company somewhere in Africa. In my case, it's Senegal, and the other one usually in the US, because we manufacture and produce in Senegal, and our biggest retail marketplace is the United States of America. So the first time I did that exercise of building a business and having these two sister companies, I was shocked. I was just shocked at the discrepancy in the ease of doing business from both places. Needless to tell you that the one place where everything felt really cumbersome, bureaucracy, choking me every turn I go at all levels, whether it's at the business registration level or the labor laws level, the tax code, the permits. Anywhere you turn, it's just like it's a nightmare. And I had to compare that to where I was doing business back the first time when I did this. It was in California. So, and it's interesting because California is not even the most free state in all of the Union. It's next to the last in terms of being a free state, meaning like California is still the place where it is still hardest for we don't have as much economic freedom as the rest of the US has. And then some people might be like, oh, then why is California so rich? Well, you'll be surprised to hear that if you remove Silicon Valley and Hollywood out of California, California would be the poorest state in all of the United States of America. But people don't know that. But anyway, I'll digress. So as I was doing business, I realized, wow, it's why. And then I thought to myself, oh, I guess it's because we're so poor that it's so hard and cumbersome to do business home. And conversely, it's because America is so prosperous. That's why it's so easy to do business. But the minute I said that, and this was after a couple of decades of searching, why are we poor? And hearing people tell me, oh, it's because blacks and browns are just not as smart as white people. You guys are lazy. You guys are always fighting each other. So basically, supposedly there's something wrong with us. But in any case, as soon as I figured, I said, oh, we're poor, that's why it's so hard, and they're rich, that's why it's so easy to do business. Just come to think to myself, wait a second, poverty is solved by prosperity. Prosperity is built by entrepreneurs. What do entrepreneurs need? They need an enabling business environment. But wait, you just told me that our nations are the ones where it's hardest to do business. And conversely, those are the wealthy nations of the world is where it's the easiest to do business. And when I came to that, my whole worldview changed. It made so much sense. And then that's pretty much why I've been after this issue of another way you could call it, it's bad law and bad governance. And that's why I've been very excited to hear that the youth of Kenya is actually now finally putting its finger on this. And by the way, you're going to say, oh, well, because we hear everybody talks about bad governance, and I've been seeing people oftentimes, interchange the two without no problem. What do you mean by that? People confusing bad governance with bad government. Those two are really not the same. And even when we talk about bad governance, which is, what I'm worried about today is that the young people, who are finally talking about bad governance and not necessarily bad government, I don't think, I'm just a little bit worried that even there, we might not be very clear about which bad governance are we going after. Because there's one that we really need to go after. If you ask me, I think it's going to be the domino that we need to hit first. So that one then touches all the other ones. So what am I talking about here? When we say bad governance, at least we're not saying bad government. When we're saying bad governance, many people, I find, are confusing in Africa. They're usually thinking about, this political corruption, what I call political corruption. And so, but political corruption, it's still not the same as the corruption that comes from, overly regulating the private businesses, meaning small, medium-sized enterprises simply, have a hard time being born and growing in many African nations. So there is a big discrepancy there. So many times when we talk about bad governance, we're just talking, many of us are talking about, well, our natural resources should be handled better, the politicians should not use their power to be able to turn around and, give contracts to their friends, we all hear about that, we all know about this. All of that, by the way, it's wrong. I agree. It's wrong. It's not right. But for me, I think that the one governance we need to really focus on is the one where we're looking at what's going to help free our entrepreneurs. Because the way I look at it is we free the entrepreneurs because they're the wealth creators. Entrepreneurs go on to create many, many companies. Those many companies create many, many jobs. Those many jobs give to many, many, many people a source of income. Many, many people having a source of income means that you have a solid middle class. Then my take is we let that middle class, once it's constituted, that middle class then go to fight head to head with the government and deals with the political corruption that all of us are fighting with. So if you ask me today, what I'm very worried, as I'm seeing Kenya, and I am so behind everybody in Kenya, right? I'm so behind all of you. But my plea to everybody is going to be, please, there's a fork here. There's a fork, and we have to see it for what it is. We have rarely seen it, and that's why we're still where we are. We just want people to better manage our natural resources. We just want people to no longer give their friends a deal. Because even if, let's say, we had the best, management of our natural resources, and yet you still did not have a business environment that allows small and medium enterprises to be born. A place where Rosalane is from, middle of nowhere somewhere in Kenya. She knows absolutely nobody in government, and she should not have to know anybody in government, but she's got a wonderful idea and she's ready to work hard. She should be able to jump into what we call entrepreneurship and keep moving. That's not the case right now. There's just too many laws, too many regulations. Everybody is struggling. So at this point, guys, what I'm hoping that we do is that we go after that governance. And you, in a way, have started doing that. America, I'm just going to say, you have started doing that because you're starting to look at taxes, you're starting to look at all of these things. But this is the caveat on that. This issue is not going to be solved with piecemeal legislation. The best way for you guys to think about this is laws and regulations. The best way to think about it is like, let's say you're thinking about X, okay? So you know, X is this platform. Most of us, we just see X, you know, you type your comment, you do all of your things, it's working, you're happy. But everything that makes X happen is the algorithm that's behind it. It's millions and millions and millions of lines of code, right? And so the laws and regulation is the same thing. If you put together all of these laws and regulations that rule the life of a business, you're going to see millions and millions of lines of code, each one of them being a regulation and or a piece of law. That's what you're going to see. Now, imagine, and you heard many times even X saying, Elon Musk saying, we're probably going to have to start all over because this whole thing is a mess. It's so messy. Yeah, they were able to clean up a lot, but there's such a thing as at some point, things are so messy, you don't even know anymore what's putting what. And it could take you a lifetime, literally, of you trying to figure it out and still not getting to what you need to get to. Sometimes you got to start over. And so this is where I think let us be very careful not to be tempted by that, piecemeal legislation. Because if we are tempted by that, by saying, on the tax laws, do this, do that. On the labor laws, do this, do that. And then they happen, maybe they happen, especially not at the same time. Because what you need is a critical mass of this legal infrastructure to happen all at the same time for it to really make the critical difference that we need and that we need now for the real change that we need to happen. Otherwise, we're still going to be dealing with little incrementals, a few more jobs here, a few more jobs there, which is not going to take care of the millions and millions of young people we have coming to an age of needing a job every single year.
All right. Hold in there. Bring you back. Right. Thank you very much, Maget. She's very wonderful. She talks a lot about business and how bad governance and bad government have a direct influence on our business. So ukiona hao watu wa government propaganda wana push up propaganda, hawaelewi ni nini watu wanapitia through. Morara, I didn't know you are an advocate. Morara.
Yes, I'm a lawyer.
Oh, great.
Yes, thank you. And the previous speaker, she has really insisted on laws. Probably before I get into what I wanted to say, it's good to remind her that in Kenya, in particular, and this is just a point of information, we don't have a shortage of laws. We just have infidelity to the law. People don't follow even the few laws that are there. And we have very lazy politicians and very lazy parliamentarians who don't even sit to research and create our own laws. They pick maybe, for example, the law on data protection. They pick the EU law or the UK law, then they copy paste it. Wherever it's written the United Kingdom, they write Kenya.
We've lost you. Fix your mic, please.
Yes, my mic is on. Can you hear me now?
Fix it again. You are so far.
Can you hear?
Yes, there.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, there's.
That is okay now.
Yeah, go on.
All right. So I'm just saying that what we have is infidelity to the law and lazy politicians who are not even keen on creating our own laws. They pick maybe the law from the UK, they change the name United Kingdom to Kenya. Sometimes they even forget to copy paste some of the things correctly. So we have people who are wheeler dealers and not legislators. They only think about their next deal and how they are going to make money. So that is what I can comment. Now, let me move forward to what I wanted to say today. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm angry. I'm extremely angry, especially at the realization that there are very many bodies at the city mortuary of people that died. Well, the realization of these bodies might be intentional on the part of the government as a way of scaring some people from coming out on the 8th of August. Because as you know, sio watu wote wako na roho juu kama sisi. Kuna wenye wakiona dead bodies ama wakiona damu, they don't come out. This is what I want to tell to all Kenyans that are listening to me today. The time of fear is over. We better die standing than living on our knees. And if you are not prepared to die, please stay at home and sleep. Come prepared to die, but also come prepared to stay alive to see the Kenya that will be there. Remember, the tree of liberty is always watered by the blood of patriots. And remember that if it is not people who died, we would not be here. In fact, even Jesus died so that we can be here today. So the Bible says, whoever shall preserve their life shall lose it. And whoever shall lose their life for his sake shall gain it. So I want to tell everyone that is afraid or that fear has gotten into your heart, do not buy fear from one William Ruto. Yes, he is good at killing witnesses and he's good at killing protesters, but he cannot kill all of us. Some of us will live to see the new Kenya, and I'll be one of them. I know that there is a new Kenya on the horizon. That is why they have panicked. Kenya right now is a crime scene. Is a crime scene. Beginning with our local banks. Our local banks, I want to call them out today. Those banks don't want to loan us money because they are loaning money to government. I went to Family Bank Utawala, broken tiles, peeled off paint, yet the bank declares profit. And I wonder, where are they getting the profit from? These people are loaning money to government, money that is not needed by government, then they eat the interest. So now we have a government that is borrowing from local banks in the pretext of domestic borrowing at very high interest rates intentionally, so that they can, take away now, they make money from the interest. That is why business people don't have money to expand their businesses. You see, I talked about these issues, and just this week, I was sent KRA. And when KRA came to my office, they came telling me to give them my bank statements. I asked them, what the hell? You people are KRA, for crying out loud. You can go and get my bank statements if you need them. I don't need to provide evidence to you. In any case, I have a right to remain silent. Then they wrote me a notice of offense. This notice of offense, when I read it, and even when I read the names of the people, the 3 officers that came, all of them were people who are being used from one community. And that is why I want to remind everybody that is listening to me tonight. This thing has nothing to do with the tribe. Even if you are from Kalenjin and the president is from your land, there is nothing you benefit as a person from Nandi or Elgeyo Marakwet for being from the region of the president. Nothing. In fact, you may suffer more than me. If you come from Central and the deputy president is from your region, or you come from Mombasa and Joe has been appointed, remember that it has nothing to do with the improvement of your life. These are people who are regrouping to rob you blind, and you are happy and cheering. If you go to JKI, it's a crime scene. It has been said. I cannot repeat. You go to the Ministry of Education, crime scene. Crime scene is a pure crime scene. We even have fake schools receiving money for capitation. Can you, guy, Kariena Goma. I don't even come from Central, but at least I know that one. Look, you go to the housing program, crime scene. That is why Ruto is always talking about the housing program. Mimi nataka niwaeleze hivi na nataka mnisikize vizuri. Tumebomoa nyumba more than 6,000 units. Sasa tunajenga nyumba zingine 160,000 units hapa Changamwe, na pale Diani hapo White House tutajenga zingine. Na mimi nataka niwaeleze hivi. Sasa hawa vijana ambao hawana kazi, na hawa mama mboga ambao sijawapatia loan bila interest, na hawa polisi ambao wanatozwa ushuru usiku na mchana, sasa hawa wote wanaweza kukopa deni bila interest katika mpango yetu ya housing. You see the way he talks about that thing, he is very happy about it because of how much money is making from it. William Ruto cannot champion any idea where he is not making money with his friends. He cannot think beyond his stomach. William Ruto, if you are listening today, or your cohorts are listening using a fake account, I want to ask you, what else can money do for you? Money bought you MP. Money bought you minister. Money bought you a helicopter and URP, and it bought you MPs. You became a deputy president. Money bought you members of parliament who are singing your name here wakiitwa timtangatanga. Money has bought you the presidency. What else is this that you want money to buy from you? Why are you still stealing? Because the reason we have corruption in Kenya is because the president is corrupt. Tusiogope kusema kama atatuma DCI waninyonge ni sawa. I am saved. I am ready to go to heaven. Heaven is beautiful. Streets are made of gold. Jasper and onyx. Nani hapa amewahi Jasper and onyx? Hakuna. Mimi am ready to see it. Kwa hivyo Ruto asituuzie uoga. He is the most corrupt person in Kenya. He is the father of corruption. And I keep praying for this man. Ile kitu anabeba pale kwa mkono kama ukweli ni Biblia. Yes, the cover is written Holy Bible, but I don't know the contents. If that thing is really a Bible, let him read it and he makes sure he understands it. If he understands it, let him decide, yes, I am a child born of corruption. I have come to power through corruption, but I'm making a decision today to leave a better country for my children, better than I found it. Sasa sahi watoto wake wanafanya matatu business. And that matatu business, there is nothing a child of a president needs for the child of the president to do matatu business. Ni wash, laundry. Iyo ukienda kwa bank account ya hizo matatu, utapata somebody is banking 10 million every day anasema ni ya matatu. This is money that has been stolen from Kenyans. You go to the National Treasury, crime scene. Pesa inakopwa kutoka ngambo, inatumika kutrade huko ngambo, inatengenezea watu pesa. Ikikuja Treasury, it doesn't go to the consolidated fund. To avoid going through the control of budget so that it doesn't go through the budget. You go to the office of the DPP. This person that was appointed, this one. Crime scene. Recently, he withdrew a case against Najib Balala. The juzi ameandika barua akisema Oparanya does not have any case to answer. They have been withdrawing corruption cases left, right, and center. But they are very quick to put youth in court, and sometimes they even oppose bail for people just coming out with a flag na firimbi to fight for a better country. Your office of the DPP is a crime scene. And I want to tell everybody that is listening today, my friends, there is a problem with independent institutions and independent offices in Kenya. These independent offices, the word independent iliisha kitambo. An inspector general under the constitution is supposed to be independent. But he comes to the office and anaambiwa sign barua mbili. Sign barua ya appointment na sign barua ya resignation without a date. Ile siku yenye unasikia ni kama hutaki kufanya vile wanataka, they put a date on your resignation letter. Wewe unaona kwa Citizen TV, you've resigned. Now there's nothing you can say because these are the chief killers in our country. You go to Expressway. I saw the president saying, our country is really good at public-private partnership. If you go to the Expressway, in fact, let me just say it in his voice. Hii project yetu ya Expressway, hii ni mpango ambayo ilikuja through public and private partnership. Sasa anasifu hiyo project ya Expressway na ile ni money laundering inaendelea pale. But they don't be happy about these people that come to our country as foreign investors. This is our own money stolen from Kenya, taken abroad, then a Kamuzungu or a Chinese comes as a proxy, comes to launder the money in Kenya through some project like Expressway. Ile ni money laundering inaendelea pale. This country, mahali imefika, is a crime scene. We are living in a setup. These people want to finish us. If we don't come out on the 8th of August, there will be no country. There will be no country to come back to. In fact, we should just stop getting children. If we don't come up on the 8th of August, tuache kuzaa watoto because they will suffer. That is all I have to say today.
Hold on. You'll come back with the way forward. Just hold on there. There's someone here called Grammar Boy. Grammar Boy told me that the prison officers have not been paid their salary. I don't know, they are demonstrating. Wanataka kuachilia wezi watoke kamiti. Wewe bwana, unataka kuachilia watu watoke kamiti bwana. Unataka tuende wapi? What's wrong with you?
Hey, Amerix.
Yes.
Unanisikia?
Nakusikia.
Shukrani kwa hii nafasi bro.
Wewe ni askari sio?
Yes.
Nini inaendelea bana? Mnataka kustrike kwa nini bana?
Hey bana, the ground iko hostile mbaya sana. The ground iko hostile mbaya sana America.
What's the problem?
The problem ni historia hiyo pesa yenye preso alisemanga ile siku akiapisha wa commissioner.
Yes.
Hello.
Yeah, endelea.
So in fact hiyo pesa hatukuwekewa. Hiyo 4K.
Wewe bana uko wapi? Uko kwa watchtower. Uko kwa watchtower ya committee ama wapi bana? Sikupati.
Hapana. Haulipati?
Uko sawa sasa. Hiyo network yako is going on and off.
Siko kwa tower za America.
Yes. So what is the issue? Why do you people want?
The issue is the issue is hao wakubwa wetu wametusoea sana. So our officers walikuwa wanasema the prison headquarters under the Commissioner General of Prisons has always delayed increment of our salaries whenever the office of the president declare an increment of salary to all discipline services to a duration of a month, 2 months, 3 months with the excuse of system failure. It is well known that the CGP and the HR salaries directors have fixed accounts that they keep our money and reap from it. The CGP
We've lost you. Edgar, unamsikia tena?
Officers who seem unhappy with their actions. The increment order from the president is given to the treasury and towards all discipline services, and our question is, why is it at all times whenever there is money supposed to be paid to the prison officers, the office with the mandate America,
wewe endelea. Tuambie.
America. Hello.
Go on. Can you hear him?
Hello,
Cyprian. Can you hear him?
America, unanipata?
Go on, tunakusikia.
Yeah, like unapatikana. Uko sawa. Unanipata? So madam anasema ati kila time ama jamaa akituongezea pesa lazima wanatusema for mungoje 1 month, 2 months ama 3 months ndo tuweke hiyo pesa. Alafu hawekangi ndo yote, wanaekanga kidogo kama 1k. Kama last time hiyo mwezi wa 8 ilifaa tupewe 1200. Alafu mimi nilipata 186 bob. So majamaa wanauliza kama hiyo pesa ya mashujaa, hiyo siku ya parade ya mashujaa yenye ilikuwa Bungoma, maafisa wengi walilia juu hiyo pesa walikata. Sijui nasikia watu walikuwa wanapata 15k, 20k, unlike majamaa wengine wa KDF walikuwa wanalipwa pesa mingi. Issue nyingine ya pili ni issue ya uniform, yani like maafisa wanashangaa mbona wakubwa wa prison wanafaa compact, alafu sisi wadogo tunaambiwa tusifanye hiyo compact. Sasa majamaa nauliza like kwani uniform sinafaa kuwa same, alafu ukifanya hiyo compact wanakushtaki. Hiyo ni issue nyingine. Issue nyingine ni story na housing. Like maafisa wengi hapa kwa kambi wanaishi manyumba zingine sinakaa bana, inakaa refugee camp bana. Inakaa like sijui nyumba ni ya bricks, mabati nyingine mbovu, nyumba zingine hata zinanyesha. Alafu wakubwa wanapatanga house allowance mingi, unapata hizo manyumba za korofa wao ndo wanaishi. Story nyingine ni story na hizi working conditions. Like matao mingi hapa ndani, matao mingi hata ukienda Kamiti, tawa ni mbaya, unapata sijui matawa ziko na kunguni. Yaani zingine zinanyesha. Alafu ofisa akiingia huko hakuna kutoka. Baridi ndio hiyo, ukishuka wanakushtaki. Sasa majamaa wameboeka, ground ni mbaya, ground ni hostile. Alafu story nyingine ni story na about hizi mabunduki. Like mabunduki mingi watu wanasema ati hizi vitu zimekuwa ovyo, zimekuwa fake, yani like zimekuwa ni vitu za kitambo. So majamaa maskari wanasema tunataka weapons zingine mpya, hatutaki hizi vitu ya kitambo ati sijui nini, tunataka vitu zingine mpya. Alafu kitu ingine pia majamaa wanasema most inmates in most prisons are either in civilian dresses and those in uniforms are yote imeraruka. Sasa majamaa wanasema na kuna pesa, nasikia kuna pesa imetengwa ya uniform ya wafungwa. Alafu huko ndani pia ati kuna kunguni na kuna pesa imetengwa hizo madawa za kunguni. Sasa majamaa nauliza hii pesa zimeingia wapi? Next story nyingine ni story na about alafu majamaa pia wanauliza kama wetu mbona kama hiyo pesa hiyo 4K ya juzi mbona wakubwa
Polo Kimani, ni kama tumepoteza huyu jamaa. These guys must be living in very, very, very bad condition. Polo, well, yes. Malizia, tunakupata vizuri, tunaelewa.
Sasa majamaa wanauliza mbona wakubwa wetu waliwekewa hiyo 4K. Alafu sisi hatukuwekewa. Alafu wanasema hakuna circular. Sasa wanauliza
kupata kitu bwana.
Wapi? Sikupata
mzee. How are you surviving?
Tunasurvive tu bro, tunasurvive tu. Unaenda mtaani kidogo unakaa na mahindi. Unasukuma maisha kidogo hivyo. Wengine majamaa wakifunga kazi wanaingia kwa ndudhi. Lazima tu yani yani live imekuwa ngumu man, live imekuwa ngumu mbaya sana. Alafu wakubwa wengi kama ni chakula wao wanajipea. Nyumba mzuri wao ndio wanaishi nyumba mzuri. Sasa unashangaa bana, hawa watu wanataka tuishi yani.
And you are the one who was supposed to take care of the prisoners.
Sisi ma constable ndo tunachunga ama jamaa mkubwa, hakuna hawa nakaanga tu kwa ofisi bro.
Na ile story wanasemanga ati nyinyi ungana na au kamiti sugu muibie watu M-Pesa na nini, ni ukweli? Hello. Yes, I was asking you.
Hello.
Can you hear us?
Hello.
Can you hear us?
Hello.
Polo Kimani, unaweza endelea. Polo Kimani, unaweza endelea.
Mr. Grammar boy, unasikika, I can hear you.
Nakundi unanipata?
Go on. Endelea bro. Go on.
Yes. You can proceed bro.
I think network yake ni mbovu, maybe huko kwa kibasement. Unajua jela maisha huko.
Hello Amerix.
Malizia bro.
Nasema sasa ama jamaa anauliza hii circular ilitoka wapi ndio wakubwa wakaongezewa pesa.
We can have someone else
No, I
follow. You have something to say?
I understand is cries. Because actually what happens, what usually happens, si ati do ijafikia wakubwa. Pesa ishafikia wakubwa, but inaingianga the same thing governors do. Pesa inaingia kwa personal accounts. So what they do is they hold this money for 2 or 3 months. Ile interest ina grow kwa ile dough before they can now dispatch it to the necessary places. Ile interest ndo wanategea. That's why you find these rayas are always complaining nini mazi pesa imepeana imeenda wapi. It's your bosses who are fucking you. And now that we are talking about bosses, I've seen this fella called Mr. Jimmy Wanjigi. Maybe Jimmy can tell us about the whole mineral thing, because I know he has been aware. I mean, he has been dining with these guys, kina Hunye, kina Jacob Juma, kina Ruto. Maybe he can tell us why they have been fucking the lower middle class for such a long time. Now that we have decided to kuungana, now he just floats up and acts like he hakuwa anajua nini ina happen. Now another thing, we have been doing research, at least tumefanya, it was actually insane to find out that what we actually have in Kenya, even the Adani deal, I'm 99% sure it has something, a portion of it, to do with the minerals we have in Kenya. When you see them saying they want 30% of the JKIA, they want their own runway. They want to have, they want their own stuff. This means they want to have an unmanaged, unscrutinized, and unmonitored movement of goods in and out of the country. One of the goods being exported is our minerals. Because hata ukiangalia tu ile website ya wale wasi Adani Enterprises, what they usually do, their biggest business is mining. They mine coal in India. I've seen all those photos in all the minerals they've been mining. So these guys are bad news. Nikiwaambia sahi hata mimi naweza vaa tu nguo ni chomoke niende JKIA juu ile hasira niko nayo msione ni mchezo. I know what is coming. The plague has just started. Now that place called Taita Taveta. That is the hot cake of all the minerals we have right now, because from my calculations, we have about 260 billion US dollars lying there in form of titanium, in form of uranium, in form of niobium, in form of tantalum, in form of manganese and other minerals that, maybe they haven't been, they haven't been mapped out yet. But what I've seen today is the government, which is by the way illegal, has, unajua ile ni land ya community. The government, under abnormal circumstances, has just decided to give 500 acres to this guy called Devki. The one saying that Ruto should be given 25 more years.
I've seen hata nimeona amepewa hata title deed. This is very bad bana.
When you kasia
amepewa title deed. Unapeaje a foreigner a title deed? How? It happen wapi? Ni Kenya tu hapa ndio unaona vitu kama hizi.
Maze ndio nakwambia, sasa ni kama watu feel. And now I've been trying to, hata nimeambia ndugu yangu pale Webuye nataka hii nyingine aniletee. Kuna hiki tulikuwa natumia tukiwa vijana inaitwa fair, I feel like nimefika my what do you call it? My climax of hasira. Being peaceful isn't working anymore. And I'm not going to sit down and watch you fuckers over and over and over and over again. Wacha tutoke maandamano na fair. I'm not saying mtoke maandamano na fair, but this is just a thought I've been thinking about. We are so much in deep shit, and these politicians don't seem to be giving a single shit what we think. Mgome msigome, we are still going to do what we want. Given the Adani deal, they want, we might be just here ranting, and they'll just go ahead and do it.
Kimani, just hold on. Shikilia tu hapo. Kasmuel, I see you here. What do you want to say?
Yes, brother.
Have you told these fellows my mentee?
Yes.
Wonderful.
Those people who do not know, Amerix is one of the people who really helped me out with drama and music when I was in high school. No, I'm not bragging. However, mi nataka tu hasira ibaki juu. Leo sina, I don't have sijui facts to give you. I just need to bring a few things to our notice. This past 2 or so days, you've seen the vetting of the CSs happen. You've seen that people have claimed that they've worked for 30 years and they accumulated, for example, 400 million. But in the past less than 2 years, somebody's net worth has increased by over 200 million. I don't know which business that is, because remember, the shilling was not doing too well. Tax has gone up, cost of living has gone up, but kuna wase bado wamemake na sijaona hiyo business, because politicians don't produce anything. All politicians produce is violence and chaos. They don't have industry. Unasikia mtu anakuwa vetted. The question wanaulizwa, where have you said? Mtu kama Duale anasema from selling his biography. Najua watu wenye wako hapa, very few people have read it. And yes, because it's the biggest selling book in Nuria, does not make it seem as though he's selling 1 million copies a week. Again, uliona nani akikuwa interviewed Oparanya. Nani Juliet alikuwa ana nod as though to guide the person to answer no to the question. I'm hearing people declare their wealth. Nobody's even asking for tax returns. These questions are being asked as though it's just a formality. In meeting ya watu wa form 4 wanajaribu kusema nani atakuwa CU chairman. And ilikuwa isha determiniwa first term. These people are just hanging out as a boys club. I need to remind you, undiweke hasira juu, sina sijui nini. Polisi umesikia our comrade the cop saying waliongezewa 4,000. Have you seen the amount of force these people use to us on the streets? Is it worth 4,000 shillings? If you're a cop and you're listening to this, I need you to ask yourself, is 4,000 shillings worth brutalizing your brothers and sisters for on the streets? Remember, again, there's this propaganda of this silly disease that's being touted called mpox. If by my analysis, it just feels as though they want to make it look like COVID. You've seen the photos of the boil looking all ugly, but it feels as though they want to impose a lockdown so that what was he undermined, so that there's no public gatherings, because they've just dissipated it as propaganda. And this is what we said: this aura for aura business should not cease, because the government needs to be reminded that they do not own monopoly of propaganda. They might have monopoly of violence, but they do not have monopoly of propaganda. Remember, hii kitu ya mpox, to me, it doesn't even sound like a real disease. Ina sound kama kitu imekuwa fabricated. It sounds like a sponsored ad, because at your patient zero got it while traveling from Uganda to Rwanda through Kenya. It does not make any sense. For me, it just seems like it's a lockdown thing. Kumbuka, weka hasira yako juu. How many bodies have shown up at city so far? The last time I saw the report, it was 240 something. So it means one body for every constituency. Uko hapa, you've sat down as a Kenyan, bado unajiuliza ati why should I go for maandamano? It is for these people who are dying like dogs. Those people, I attended this Tom Boyer show and they mentioned the names, and I remember being so moved and standing, because there are people who laid their lives so that we can get this far. Remember, your local politician produces nothing, but sisi tuko hapa Twitter tunatukanana, tunasema sijui nani has done this. While the revolution is going on, we need to have one common enemy. Our common enemy is a conman, he's a looter, he's a killer and a murderer, and hires on corruption and cronyism. It is very true, and I'm very sad to admit that there are people who have made money off of the revolution. There are people who've received funding from organizations in the name of mobilizing people, and they have not used that money for the collective. These people, we will not let them lose. That's one thing I need to assure them. And ever since I knew, nilikuwa nafikiria kila mtu anakuja hiki tu kwa na roho safi, but watu tu wako mchezo wa town. Ever since I knew, we said these people will have to be brought to the book. However, as long as they are still furthering this agenda, we have to figure that Nane thing, because I'm not hearing enough of us talking about this Nane thing. Remember, when this embittered currently Nairobi-based outgoing president is touring around, these trips still cost millions. It's just that we're not seeing the books. Nobody's auditing it. I think, and I would wager, they cost just as much as his international trips would cost. He's now gone on a very, very rampant campaign trail, and we are letting this thing slide while having this infighting. Nane is coming up. You've seen the way people wanateseka. Umesikia vile artists wanadharauliwa huku nje. Umesikia vile watu wanadhulumiwa huku nje. Women are still getting raped in those informal settlements or slums. Men are still being shot like dogs. People in the slums are still going hungry. But watu wamekaa hapa chini in a chamber, in a parliament of baboons, where people sit down, interview each other as a round table chama. It's capture harvest. They go and just pick from public coffers as though they are taking an unsecured loan from a sacco. Na wewe umekaa hapo, hasira yako inapungua. Unakaa chini, you have the guts to think you can question the movement. You think that we will get another moment where we will give this system shock therapy like this. It's never going to happen if we don't follow through with it. It's never. You've seen the effects it has all across Africa. So ukijaribu kuacha hiyo hasira yako ishuke, nitakukumbusha net worth ya our CSs. Unakaa hivi chini, ukumbuke you're a peasant, you're a pauper. That's why you're in this space. If you had anything, you would not be in this space. Even the people who we think have money who are in this space, they have nothing. They're trying to gather more information on how best they can screw you. Now wewe bado unakaa chini, you think you have moral high ground to call out what this movement is. Let's not accept to be sucked into the useless, these baseless infightings. Because as Ayn Rand said in 1957, when you see that in order to produce, you need to obtain permission from men who produce nothing, When you see that money is flowing to those who deal, not in goods but in favors, when you see that men get richer by graft and by pull than by work, and your laws don't protect you against them, but protect them against you, when you see corruption being rewarded and honesty becoming a self-sacrifice, you may know that your society is doomed. Alafu bado kuna watu wanakuuliza after Ruto, what next? We have figured out that society is doomed and we're trying to reclaim it. And if you think about whatever even this CS vetting process is, it's like someone who's doing a colonoscopy where they're supposed to be examining your internal organs, but they're doing it with a telescope. Nobody is up for accountability anymore. And the more we let these people slide, the more we let them deal and whore our future around, we will not have a country. This thing which people are lying and deceiving you that we don't have a country, that people are trying to let the country descend into chaos is nothing. Because when you say Ruto must go, and I want to explain this to you very clearly if you're listening to the sound of my voice. When you say Ruto must go, you are affirming the position of the Constitution. Because on September 21st, 2020, CJ Emeritus David Maraga advised the then President Uhuru to dissolve Parliament because it was not in good standing. Years later, this Parliament as it sits is unconstitutional. So all this rigmarole of what comes next, there will be no power vacuum. Let nobody lie to you that the country will descend into chaos, because we are peaceful, beyond being tribeless, leaderless, and fearless. We are also not, as I keep on saying, we're protesters, not rioters and looters. Nobody should lie to you that the country will descend into chaos, because what the president knows very well, if you read the Constitution, you cannot also litigate that matter of now Supreme Court, the president of the judiciary has said something, now you want to litigate it in High Court. It is not a matter of litigation. You just follow the Constitution. The president knows once he dissolves Bunge, we have to go into a general election, and by effect that means that he has resigned. So when you say don't be afraid,
Hello?
Nobody lied to you. Can you hear me? Let
Yes.
nobody
Can you
lie
hear me?
to you. Okay. Yes, I can. Let me just wrap it up. Let nobody lie to you that the people are not for you. God is for us, the people are for us. And I talk as a person, nimeingia ground. Nimefanya kitu online, nimeingia ground, and everybody is ripe for these things. Toka hapo nje asira ikiwa juu, ongea na mama mboga wako. And don't talk down on these people. These people are equally as wise. They're equally as wise as we are. So in all our contributions in everything that you're doing, as we soldier up to Nane, ask yourself, is this country currently working for you? And is this the kind of country you want to live in? Thanks, Amerix.
Thank you very much, Kasmueli. Yes, push it beyond online into offline. Okayo. I just want to inform you that this space has been reported several times. So when you try to fetch it, you may not see it. Jamaa wanajaribu kureport left, right, and center. I don't know what you have done. We are citizens. We have a right to assemble and talk. That is our constitutional mandate to do that. So Okayo, where are you? There was a young man Okayo who is pushing civic education. Sisi kama bado tuko hapa X tunagombana. Huko nje there are people doing something. They are talking to mama mboga, to whatever, boda, kwa matatu, everywhere. They are talking. They are telling them, look, this is why we are agitated. This is why we are not happy. This is why things are not going the way they are supposed to go. People need to be empowered with information. And that's what they are doing out there. But sisi hapa X, what are we doing? Insulting each other, demeaning each other, belittling each other, abusing each other. Something that we need to stop. We need to hold each other accountable, yes, but let us be in unity. Polo.
Yes, sir.
Endelea.
Hata nimepoteza where was I? What was I saying? I think I was talking about, I mean, my main, my core reason why I'm here is to talk about minerals and also, the impunity. But my business right now is about minerals. I was saying Jimmy Wanjigi should be here. And also I saw Steve Mbogo speaking about the same issue. I think it was on Spice FM. Maybe he should also tell us, maybe he forgot to mention, is it true that you have a mining, a mining site in Kenya and another one in Tanzania. Is that true, Steve Mbogo?
I saw Steve Mbogo here. The space has been having issues.
I think I can also see.
Steve Mbogo, are you here? I saw you. He was in the speakers panel.
Yeah, he's a speaker.
Maybe as we wait for Steve Mbogo, we have Ruben, Papa Ruben. I started listening to Papa Ruben back in when I was still a small fellow. Joy Bringers on VOK. Papa Ruben.
Thank you very much, Amerix. I was getting worried because I have another meeting lined up, but thank you for, let me just use a few minutes. First of all, I wish we had time to talk about what MC Njagi is going through, because that's a whole issue that I have so much data on. But that's for another day. I would like to highlight four things. First of all, I would like us to understand that what we are dealing with is an enemy that has not been understood by Kenyans. And we need to break it down so that the amount of anger we put in this thing is maximized. Now, if we want integrity and somebody does not work on it, if we want accountability and somebody doesn't like it, if we want a lean government and somebody wants an expanded one, if we want to live within our means and someone is teaching his people and living extravagant, then we have a real enemy of our country. If we want the sacking of the entire cabinet, as in let them go so we can have a national representation on meritocracy, then we have a reshuffle of cronies. And worse still, you have the so-called opposition brought into government as if to mock citizens. It's like mtadu tunaenda kufanya hivi, and that's what we want to do. You can do nothing about it. We know that parliament is an appendage of the executive. That we know. We know what they have done to us in this country. I mean, the fertilizer scandal notwithstanding, they can mock us that way. And money will change hands, and one way or the other, parliament will remain what it is. So when we see the so-called vetting, and we actually take time to listen and even comment, I'm wondering, honestly speaking, what are we even commenting on? We already know this is a rogue system. We know it's a rogue process. So we need to come to a place of reality where we really understand our enemy. And we must come together and go to the root of the problem. You know, I want to say this. Many of you view me as a musician, and so you read me in the light of a song. And you view, you know, some in fact view me on the basis of disability, all of that. But I need you to know that I graduated from university at the same time as Ruto. He was at the University of Nairobi, I was at Kenyatta University. We are 9 months apart in birth. And so I have been around and I've been looking at how this country goes. He goes into business, I go the other direction, into my professions and other things. And we come to a point where even with systems of education, we all know what worked and did not work. We know what this country needs to be. And so when you see me angry, I'm not angry because the Genzs provoked us to look at these issues. I've been angry for a long time. If you go to my videos, I've been speaking against Uhuru Kenyatta and Raila especially from 2018, the BBI stuff. So I don't come into this the way you view me as a singer. I come as a bona fide citizen. And for those of you that think I'm from Rwanda, I'm from Bunyore. Kigame is from Bunyore in Vihiga. So I'm a citizen of this country. And I may be a singer, but I'm a PhD student right now. So it's not lack of education. It's not a pity party thing. I'm in this because I'm genuinely angry and I want Ruto to go with his entire system. For heaven's sake, I'm a philosophy, I teach philosophy. I teach history. And I'm so angry that a few people can take a whole country captive and, lead them like they own them. This cannot be allowed to go on. No, we will not let it happen. This country is full of blood. We've shed too much blood from independence, but Ruto and his system, in 1 year, we only know 247 at the city morgue. I've been to the Yala River, I've been to that hospital and talked to those guys, some families, some doctors there. When Giggs Tata was shot, I went to Mombasa. I was with the family. I was at Kenyatta Hospital visiting with those who were shot, who were injured. We are not dealing with a joke. Citizens have been murdered by this country, by this government. In my private time, I talk a lot to people in the security docket. I have policemen who are my friends. When somebody tells you they have, they are given like 17 to 18,000 a month, of course it sounds like a lot, but that is what they have for rent. That is what they have for food. That is what they have for the school fees of their children. That is what they have for transport. That is what they have for everything. And they're living in squalid conditions, mabati structures, like the officer said, some of them leaking. I have friends in that state. When we talk about a few people living like they don't belong here, friends, I don't think we are angry enough. I don't think we are angry enough. Don't waste your time looking at what businesses they're doing. Those children have money that can last them like 17 lifetimes. As people go hand to mouth and sometimes without anything in the hand to take to the mouth. I have people who inbox me, not having eaten for 3 or 4 days. And I'm not paid enough to be able to have something go around for them. I'm talking to Uber drivers that are being harassed like crazy. Kenyans, if we allow these guys to, consolidate and kill the spirit of the struggle, we will be very bad losers. So let me just give a few suggestions. First of all, I really think that union leaders, those that are organized enough in groups that are suffering, need to come together and re-strategize a non-violent approach that succeeds our demos. We need to find a way of bringing this government to their knees because they are using our resources, our taxes, to stay in power and harass us. So maybe if we identified certain businesses, certain services that run because of us, and we withdraw for a day or two or more our monies that go into that, whether it's just keeping our cars at home or our border borders, so that we don't fund their petrol stations. We need to come to a point where we do more than go on the streets. And I'm not saying this because I'm not going. I'm blind, but on Thursday, I will be on the streets. And like one colleague said earlier, if we perish, we perish. I've been on the streets in Eldoret. I've been on the streets with the doctors in Nairobi. I've been on the streets in Mombasa. So if for me as a blind person, I can go on the streets, kwanza tokezeeni twende. I need some of you, in fact, to show me which roads we're using. But we must come out. We really must. To say no to being treated like animals with a don't care, detachment, don't care attitude. I will not take it. I will not take it. Wanajua mali mnaishi wanikujie. And for most of you, you might know it. I'm a very easy target. Wakuje. But we must really stop this nonsense of a few people making us slaves in our own country. So we must come out and do better than demonstrations. Bring these guys to their knees, to the point where one time we should say we're not going to pay any taxes. Watafanya nini? What will they do? One time, let's all decide they benefit from our data and airtime and all of that. One day, kila mtu akatae kutumia kitu, so that we come to a point where they understand something. I can't take it. Secondly, as people in the struggle, we need to do more civic and political education for our fellows that are being bought to attend those rallies. Wanalipwa 500, 1000, 2000 to attend so that it looks like they have audience. They don't have audience. So we need to do more civic education. Hao watu wanakuja na maboda na kusema we support the government. They don't support the government. They are suffering. But for some of them, they're too hungry to resist a 500 bob. So we need to come to a point where we ourselves educate each other and talk to one another beyond these spaces and show them the uselessness and the price of betrayal. I think we need to do more. But thirdly, I really think we must come to a point where the lawyers, LSK, and all legal entities, those that are on our side, we need to develop a scorecard of minimums with regard to those who can occupy office, so that we say kama hauna these 3 things or these 5 things, then usikaribie uongozi. Because we have cheapened leadership in this country, so that it's only the politicians that can exploit that go into office. That's why they can vet these guys, and they're rotten to the core. The DPP keeps doing whatever they do to excuse them, and we just go on like nothing happens. Some people should never have leadership and their name in the same sentence. So we need a scorecard that we agree on before the next election, whenever it will be called. In the 2022 election, when I ran, EACC had singled out 241 people that were not fit to hold office. Most of them made it into office. That is where we are. So mkiniona na post vitu kuhusu values, it's not because I can't share my economic policy or education policy or whatever, even though I do. It is because I think it is the answer, that the character of a person matters. If their character is rotten, they should never even go through a nomination process. And this is something we can begin identifying now. Now, vijana, najua mambo ya leaderless, tribeless, and so on, imeshika sana mpaka I ask myself, so when we get these guys out of office, So who are going to be the leaders? Since the agenda is here and we understand what we want, then those of you who understand what we want should be getting ready to take over office. MCAs, MPs, we need Genzs that are governors, senators. If hata tukipata president ni sawa. I mean, we need to get ready, and professionals, kuna vijana that are good leaders, start grooming them, fund them, prepare them to take over leadership, so that, you know, nature abhors vacuum. So tuambiane ukweli, once Ruto goes with his system, we'll need good leaders, and some of you need to be sharpening your leadership skills, and getting ready. All these graduates with degrees in leadership, you know, administration, and all kinds of professions, we have to get ready. Lastly, ningependa kuomba hivi, if for any reason you are hearing us on this space, let us escalate beyond the X spaces. If hata kama unaelewa vernacular, call in, you know, those talk shows, and talk about Nane, talk about a better country. You know, go into your WhatsApp groups if you're on WhatsApp. Mimi nimefungiwa Facebook, so that's why I'm mostly on X. Go wherever you have a chance. Ukichukua ukiwa kwa matatu or whatever, talk about this, because the country is ready. We just need to mobilize and move. I really pray that all of us see that better country. But hii nchi ambayo iko na damu nyingi sana kwa, you know, the ground is crying out. And I can, you know, list them from independence until now. And inakuwa ni kama mambo na investigations, inakuwa a way of postponing. Ukisikia no stone will be left unturned. Actually, that's basically saying it's buried. So CDF wetu ndio huyo ameenda, Musando alienda hivyo, Baby Pendo ndio, yani we are so used to shedding blood mpaka Shakahola inakuwa ni kama a religious thing. It's a crime scene. You know, the Kware thing is not even about the demonstrations. It's genocide. It's genocide. All those bodies at the city mortuary, these are citizens, children of parents like me. So we need to wake up. And Kenya, we need to be a little more angry than we've been. We really, wacha hiyo anger iboil. Wacha nitusiwe, I'm immune. You know, I am immune to insults. Insult all you want. I feel nothing. But my anger shall rise until I see a new Kenya. God bless you all.
Now, I'm still waiting for Mr. Steve Mbogo to answer my question. Mr. Steve.
Yes, Paulo Kimana, thank you very much. Paulo, I think we had a problem from my end.
All right.
Because I'm a bit out of town. Yeah, but thank you for bringing up this topic. And as I speak as someone with a vast know-how on mineralogy, because that's one of my interests and one of my businesses. I am in active mining in East Africa, not only in Kenya, because you understand that in Kenya, getting the rights to concessions is close to impossible. So I've got interest in Tanzania, and right now I'm doing mining in the Democratic Republic of Congo. So when you talk about minerals in Kenya, you have to understand that Kenya is a very wealthy country in terms of our mineral deposits. And I think last time when I was invited to this space, I mentioned that we have a minimum of 970 minerals in this country. Talk of graphite, iron, copper, coltan, manganese, gold, diamond, cobalt, thorium, chromite, you know, name them all, uranium, zinc, Kenya is a very wealthy country. And I based my conversation last time based on the formation of minerals. And we're told that minerals are formed due to changes of temperature and pressure in the ground. And we are so lucky as a country. We have so many areas that have these activities in the ground. And that's why we have so much minerals in this country. The only problem with this country is that a majority of these concessions were taken over from the 1940s, from the time of colonization. And the majority of the concessions that are owned by the blacks, or rather Kenyan natives, are owned by the big families, and they use these concessions as briefcase companies. So what most of these people do is they use these concessions and get borrowings or fundings from what you call hedge funds, and they don't really put them to use. Number two, the majority of miners who are actively mining in Kenya are doing it in secrecy. When I talk of secrecy, there is a very poor structure on the government to audit and understand the extent of mining activities from these companies that are mining in Kenya. We are told, as per the Ministry of Mining, that mining contributes less than 1% of Kenya's GDP, which really does not make sense. And the majority of minerals that are exported, the government earns royalties of about 3 to 4 to 5% only. And as per the 2016 Act, I think it's the 2016 Act of the mining, we are told that the sharing of royalties is 70% to the government, 20% to county governments, and 10% to the communities. The Ministry of Mining in itself says from 2016 to date, they have collected about 14.7 billion shillings. And from these 14.7 billion shillings, remember, the 10% and the 20% that is supposed to go to county governments and communities has not yet been disbursed. So we go back to structure. We also have a very bad structure when you talk of mineral exploration in Kenya. And I think it has been done by design because the cabals who control the mineral concessions in Kenya will not accept any Tom, Dick, and Harry to own or have a mining license in this country. That is why some of us, Apollo, it's good you asked me that question, will prefer to go and do mining in Tanzania because it's a business I know, I understand, and I have a passion for. Because I can get licenses easier there, I can get my returns in due time, and same as even countries like Congo. So you talk of some of the biggest companies that are doing mining in Kenya. I heard you mention Taita Taveta, and you said there's a value of about 260 billion. That is even way below the real figures of our mineral deposits in Kwale. Remember, niobium in itself is of a minimum 200 billion. I want to tell Kenyans that in the Kwale area, in the area of, Taita Taveta, we have the largest deposits of diamonds in this country, which are controlled through proxies, and they are controlled by the biggest diamond company in Africa, known as De Beers, who have fronts here to secure the area, and they're not doing mining at the moment. So when you talk of the issue of the airport, Apollo, I'm glad you clicked and understood that one of the major activities, and that's why these people need the airport, is because of the mining factor. A country like Base Titanium, Base Titanium is a company that does mining in Kwale. I remember when they opened up their investment in the year 2022, they invested about $280 million to do mining for the titanium. And titanium is a mineral used as a pigment in house paint, plastics, and all those other stuff. 8 months down the line, Base Titanium had declared that they had made $350 million in less than a year. So you can imagine, within a year, these people had gotten their money back, and they've been mining ever since, till to date. We don't know how much the real figures they're mining there. The government is not earning enough royalties from the extracts of the mineral activity. So we need proper structures. Number two, I'd like to touch on the issue of the airport, because I think today that has been one of the bone of contention. And I want to tell Kenyans that a time has come where we really have to open our heads and understand what is happening in this country and the world at large. Most of us perceive this cell as a normal cell But when you sit down and understand the scope at which this sale or this lease is being drawn at, it raises a lot of questions. Many a times I have mentioned to Kenyans that there is a big global agenda to transform governance of the world to what we call a one world order agenda. And I've mentioned enough times that Kenya has been chosen as the pilot country for these implementations. Now, in one of their policies in the New World Order agenda, they are very open and clear, and they call themselves what we call liberal states. They have a thinking that they are going to convert sovereignties of other countries to one world government, which will be liberal. When I talk of liberal, it means countries without borders. And that is why the president many times he's been suggesting issues to do with abolishing of visas and opening up our borders. Now, look at what is happening in Europe today, or a country like America. As we speak today, there is so much chaos in the entire Europe, even UK. In London today, civil war they're at a brink of civil war. Why? They created policies to open up their borders and infiltrated immigrants purposely to bring in these immigrants to create chaos in the country. So when you look at this Adani deal in Kenya, in my own perspective and what I know and understand, is that this is not just a business transaction or a business venture. Adani is being used as a front company by the globalists to ensure they take over our most strategic transport hub, and that is the airports. Because the moment they will have control of our airports, they will have control of what is going in and coming out into this country. The moment they have control of our airport, they will dictate every other movement of staff and people and products and commodities in this country. So this is not just a matter of business transactions, and that's why it's not making sense. How can people propose to invest an investment out of 100%, which is about 2.5 billion? They're saying 53% will be financed by JKIA, 30% will be a borrowing, and for the borrowing, they need the title deed, which is about 4,500 acres. So in basic terms, it is total control of the airport. And the reason why they want to take over that title deed, that is in the essence, in case there is change of governance, there is no way we can take back our airport. Now, Kenyans need to understand that there are so many activities happening in this country that no one is speaking about. One of the biggest activity, and it is the biggest business in the world today, is not drug trade or ammunition trade or contrabands. The biggest thing happening and the biggest business happening in the world today is what we call human trafficking. And it is very sad that Kenyans are not discussing this issue. Today, as we speak, Kenya has been named as a conduit of child trafficking, a destination, and a source of child trafficking. Human trafficking is done for various purposes. Number one, for what you call forced labor, or basically labor. There's what we call sex exploitation. Number three is what you call adrenochrome. I don't know if some of you understand what adrenochrome is. Adrenochrome is a chemical compound produced by oxidation of adrenaline. Now, scientifically, it's been proven today that adrenochrome from young children have stem cells that reverse what you call aging. And that is why we've been seeing so many cases of children being abducted in this country. Many a times, every week in the news, you'll see news of children being abducted or being intercepted in the process of trafficking. But no one is speaking about these issues. So I want Kenyans to understand that the other factor of human trafficking is what we call organ transplant. Today, as we speak, Kenyans, I want to let you know that organ transplant and trafficking business is one of the biggest businesses in the world today. A simple organ like a liver will go between 150 to 550,000 euros. So that's about 60 million. A normal functional kidney will go up to about 27 million shillings. Talk of an organ like the eye cornea. Eye cornea will go up to about 2 million shillings. The lungs, a pair will go up to about 22, 23 million shillings. A normal functional heart will go up to about 33 million shillings. So we should not just look at issues and be personal. We need to cascade down the roots and understand the reasons why these people are so much interested in taking over this airport. Remember, they're saying they will ensure they do a complete overhaul of all the workers at JKIA. The main reason why they want to bring in their people, as Paulo Kimani had said, that is definitely to ensure that there is secrecy and there is total control of the activities they're going to do there. So Kenyans, I want you to go read about human trafficking.
Mr. Steve,
This is
Mr.
the
Steve,
biggest problem. Yes.
Mr. Steve.
Yes.
I'm not trying to throw you under the bus. I think you are deviating kidogo from the main topic I asked you. But here's another question I have for you.
Yes. Yes.
Username, I'll not mention his username, but he's saying, Uyo Steve Kabogo, Uyo Steve Mbogo. The guy is in mineral deals in Kenya and the dirty deals. Anajua kila kitu, he himself has been doing dirty deals, even killing people cause ya gold deals. The guy even doesn't pay electricity, power, anasumbua. Just ask him direct about this question and the dirty deals he does. Hide ID. That's the question.
So I think that is a nonsensical question to ask me, and the fact that it is a hidden ID. We are here to discuss issues, and you see, the biggest problem we have is we divert from issues. I think we are here to discuss simple issues and issues that affect this country. So when someone brings in personal issues or personal attacks to me, let me tell you, Apollo, I'm not the kind of person who can be swayed or bullied by such sentiments.
No, I understand.
I'm here to discuss. I'm just telling you, I'm here to discuss issues that will help take this country forward. I'm here to discuss on these issues because I understand them and I feel pained by these issues. Remember, the problem we are undergoing as a country today can only be solved by us having a collective thinking. There is no one who has a monopoly of wisdom. Whatever small you know and I know, that is what you're supposed to bring on the table and become solution-oriented people.
All right. I understand. But at the same time, you also need to look at where I'm coming from. Over the time, history, history has also, it has proven multiple times. I don't have to be, I want to make sure if we are in this together. I want to make sure we're on the same page. I don't want us to be in a situation where, over the times I've seen, after the aftermath of this freedom fighting, the aftermath is usually now the people who now, have you ever read this book called Kidaga Kimemozea? It's a book by Ken Olibora. Now, when these people fight for freedom, wanapigania uhuru, the aftermath is actually the people now, they have decided to that these are the guys we see fit for this job. These guys come back and bite them in the ass, real bad. So I need to make sure, this is Steve Mbogo saying this. Okay, he's saying this. Is he talking the truth?
Yeah, I'll tell you, Apollo Kimani, and you need to understand. I'm someone who's been in the political space for some time, and I'm a purpose-driven person. I vied for Starehe's seat in 2017. I did not make it. I had the position and the power to vie for the seat last year, but I decided to step back, and I supported someone who I thought, and in my own thinking, would do better than I could do for the country. So for me, it has not just been about me. And I'll tell you, I'm not doing this because I need any political seat, Apollo Kimani. If you can do better, count my blessing and my support 100%, socially, economically, and politically. For me, it has never been about me. Ask the people who know me. I've been in leadership for the longest. I was the patron of Kenya University Students Organization for about 5 years. I have raised a crop of leaders who I'm proud of. So it is not about me. I'm not campaigning. I'm speaking about issues that are affecting this country. And I have said again and again, if we have people who can take this country forward, Apollo, I'm a businessman. I understand the importance of good leadership. Me being a businessman, I know if the country has good leadership, my brother, I'll be smiling to the bank. For me, it's about policies and good leadership and know-how, Countries are run by people who have what you call a know-how on how to take the country forward.
All right.
So it's not about person. It's not about me. So don't think I'm here to campaign. No.
All right.
Let's collect our
Can you hear
minds. Let's
me?
bring our minds together and create a solution
Hello?
for
Hello?
this country.
All I'm
Can you hear
saying
me?
is there's absolutely no room for con artists in this movement. And
Yes,
one way or another, we are going to weed them out, regardless of how long it might take, but we are not going to allow that.
that is very important.
All right.
All right.
Yes.
Can you hear me?
Yeah,
Am
I
I
can hear
audible?
you, Eric.
Oh, all right.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Okay. Just finish, Steve. You're saying something about adrenochrome and organ, and you are prosecuting something. Yeah.
Yeah, so I was speaking about this other factor of human trafficking. I think I was more than done.
Yeah. You can just wind up.
So I just wanted Kenyans to go and do a research of what has been happening in countries like Ukraine, countries like Haiti, where we've got globalists putting their foot down in those countries. And I think this is subject to discussion, and we need to expound on it because it's become a menace. I'm glad I saw Mutua today during his interview. He mentioned about the issue of the issue of child and human trafficking in Kenya. So we need to raise our voices louder and louder on regards to this issue. And I think that will be one of their biggest access ports. If they take over the airport, I'm telling you, be ready for massive open border policies that I'm talking about immigrants coming into this country and illegal activities such as human trafficking and child trafficking. So let us look and think deeper on regards to this issue of Adani. It's not just a normal transactional venture. No, it's bigger than what meets the eye.
Yeah. Correct. There is a lot. There is a lot.
Yeah, there's a lot.
Going within.
And it's not. It's remember. Sorry, before I wrap up, I want you to remember that the president himself had suggested a number of times that there are plans to sell what to call state corporations. And I've repeated again and again, and I asked a simple question. We want the government to be open enough and tell us the guarantees that have been signed against what you call these debts we are taking. Because when you look at similar countries, we are seeing that, for example, countries like Ukraine, where these globalists have turned them to their playground, a majority of these debts from these Bretton Woods institutions are signed against state corporations and what you call agricultural land. So maybe, and I see, the sale of the airport is just an entry point to the idea of selling what you call state corporations, because there is no difference between the leasing and the selling.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Steve. And always the information you give us, of course, is very important. Plus the GMO, the mosquito, maybe that one we'll be talking later. There is a young man here from high school who is called Bivon. Bivon, habari yako? Bivon. Bivon. He says he's a high school student and he has something he wants to share. I don't know what it is he wants to share. Bivon. Bivon, you have the mic. Can you say what you want to say? Okay, Mary, take it over.
Can I speak?
Yeah, yes, Mary.
Eric, can you hear me?
Yeah, go on.
Yes, go on, Mary.
Hello, Mary.
Hello, Mary, go on. We are listening.
Listen.
Kimani, can you hear me?
Please go on. We can hear you.
We can
Can you hear me? Okay. I'm going to speak about food security. I'm going to speak about food sovereignty. I'll try my best to be as brief as possible, just to make sure other people are able to speak. If you want to control a people, you control their health, you control their education, you control their food, and you control their information. There is a clear intent in this country to control the food production, the food chain, and the food sovereignty of this country. It started when the president came into power. Immediately, he lifted the ban on GMOs. Without any public participation, GMOs were allowed in this country. I'm saying all this in support of Nane, that we have every single reason to go on the streets. In the Kibaki administration, the question of GMOs came into light, and there was public participation, and Kenyans spoke loudly against GMOs. But in this administration, the ban has been lifted, and there's a havoc happening in this country right now. If you're careful to look at what is going on, food production is being controlled to the advantage of corporations. You need to look at the Agriculture Professionals Bill, you need to look at the Livestock Professionals Bill, you need to look at the Seed and Control Act, which is already an act. You also need to look, I'm forgetting about the other one. There is an effort to control food production. Kenyans, as we are farmers by default. Every person, either in office or wherever you are, you have practiced farming in one way or the other. You have a goat, you are planting trees, you're producing food for own consumption, subsistence farmers, small-scale farmers. In Kenya, we are all doing agriculture in one way or the other. But now, this government is legislating on food production in this country. And I hope any lawyer on this forum looks at this bill, especially the latest, the livestock bill that has been presented to Parliament by Kimani Ichung'wah. The government officials are on a PR campaign, gaslighting any questions people ask, but that bill is a bill to control keeping animals in this country. There is an effort to vaccinate to do a census on all animals in Kenya and to vaccinate animals in Kenya. There is a very dangerous behavior that this government is taking. This is worse than the Finance Bill 2024, guys. It is worse 100 times. Imagine a situation whereby you have money but you cannot access good food. A situation whereby you cannot access that organic food because it's only set aside for the rich. We know about, like Steve has mentioned, the privatization of parastatals in the country. We know about the privatization of the seed, this corporation, the company that takes care of seeds in this country. The government right now owns 52%, but there's a 48% that you can't really get to know who owns Seed Corporation in Kenya. Okay. There is, we need to look at food security keenly. We need to do civic education. If you're on TikTok, if you're a lawyer, help us go through these bills. But the GMO is something that should make every Kenya go to the streets, because this is the biggest cause of cancer right now. I was in another space whereby Kenya is ranked the 4th in the cases of cancer in this country, after South Africa, Zimbabwe, and Malawi. What is the cause of these high levels of cancer in the country? It is because of the kind of foods we eat. I think we are so blind into what this government is doing, and we are not following the bills that are being passed in this parliament. Let me tell you guys, these loans that come to Kenya in terms of IMF and World Bank loans, they are attached with a lot of social economic requirements, and one of them is to pass these bills. So why is agriculture being censored? So why are they not passing bills on things like engineering, architectural? Why are they not controlling any other profession? They're just keen on controlling agriculture as an activity. This is very sinister, and I'm calling upon everyone to look into these bills touching on agriculture being passed in this country. They are coming out like good bills, but they are not good bills. They're just meant to control. Like, you're supposed to be registered to be a farmer. You're supposed to have a certificate to be a farmer. Where the hell do they get these bills from? We've been farming all the years, so now we need a certificate. Look at the penalties attached to people who practice agriculture without being registered. Where is this government taking us? Guys, let's look at issues of food sovereignty and food security in this country, because I think this is literally treason that is being committed against Kenyans. Thank you.
All right, my network is very bad. So Joshua Okayo.
Hi, can you hear me? Kindly confirm.
Yeah, we can hear you. We can hear you. Just go on.
Thank you. My name is Joshua Okayo, and I think I was called to this space because of what I've been doing in the past 2 weeks. Number one, I must say that I'm a sad man today because of the number of bodies, lifeless bodies that have been discovered, and it's so painful. It actually reminded me of when I was abducted, and I thought about it. Probably I would have been part of that statistics today. It's really painful, very painful, and something has to be done. And that's why I'm going to start with a Bible verse I wrote today. And the verse is Joshua chapter 1, verse 9. The Bible says, let me just find it, sorry. All right. Joshua chapter 1, verse 9. It says, have I not commanded you? Be strong and courageous. Do not be terrified. Do not be discouraged. For the Lord your God will be with you wherever you go. That is Joshua 1:9. Thank you. I also want to follow that with a quote from Martin Luther King, that protest is the language of the unheard. Friends, over the past 2 weeks, I realized that we have been having conversations on Twitter, on X Spaces, sorry. We've been having conversations everywhere in meetings, but then there's a group of people that we've left behind. There's a group of people that does not have, someone that does not have a phone. Or this group, they do not have phones or smartphones for that matter. These are people who never get to see what's happening in the spaces. And at some point, especially when we were heading towards the Occupy JKIA, the media did not effectively report, or rather really help us to amplify what we needed to amplify at that time. And that means there are people who did not get information because probably they depend on radios or they depend on TVs, but then at that point it was not amplified as such. So that is a number that we lost just because we never reached out to them effectively. That is why I decided to go down on the ground. I said it is important that everyone gets to know what we are doing and what we are up to. Someone mentioned here before that these people these people have the information. I want to affirm that by saying that people have an idea of what is happening. People have an idea of really what the Genzs, as we say, the movement is doing. But they want a reason to be part of it. They want a reason to, some people want a reason to go to the streets. Some people are not just, they just don't go with the waves. They want someone to speak to them, and they want to understand 1, 2, 3 things to be cleared here and there before they can get themselves up to go to the streets and to fight for what is rightfully theirs. And I'm telling you, really, on civic education, and especially the groundwork, a robust and effective civic education is that which is, in addition to the immense knowledge that probably you and I have, a deep understanding of those issues, the kindness with which you communicate, and probably humility. There needs to be a touch of audacious creativity and madness. You have to be a little bit mad for you to succeed in addressing and communicating the issues that we are taking to the ground. Because, take for example, the day I was traveling and I was in let me just say, a coach bus, and I decided of the 52, is it 50, 40, I think 45 passengers, I was the only one who stood up and said, I want to speak to these people. And I took about 7 minutes speaking to the people as to what is happening in the country and telling them about Nane. Of these 45 people, only one person was against what I was saying. But this person was not against what I was saying because really he is supporting the government. This person was against going to the streets because he's a guy whose brother had been killed in the protests. He was so angry, he was hurt, he was in pain. At this time, he was traveling from home, going back to Nairobi after the burial. The lesson learned from that point is that even as we take message home, even as we take message to the ground level, we need to understand that there are people who lost their people. And much as they may have enough courage to come back to the streets, they have to be recognized and they have to be told pole before we start anything. From that point to date, any day, anytime I get to speak to people, I have to first of all tell people pole for those who probably who are part of a crowd I'm addressing, and they've lost 1 or 2 of their people. That is one thing I learned. Another thing I learned is yesterday I was in Nairobi CBD. I was speaking to a group of people, and I realized that these people actually have knowledge, and people are discussing on the ground what is happening, the Adani group, JKA and all stuff. But someone just wants to be told how it is affecting them in person, as an individual. How does it affect me? At the same time, we have people who've been sent by this rogue government to come and try to intercept our ideas. And when you try to communicate these issues with people, there are people who are also trying to make noise and trying in the background and trying to discourage you from speaking what is right, what you should be speaking about. So these are some of the things that require madness for you to be able to speak in the midst of people who are shouting at the background, and people who are actually ready to fight you, people who have been probably some have been paid, some are in contracts, and who want to come forth and just disorganize organized crowds. It requires a little bit of madness for you to stand in a bus or a matatu. The other day I was in a matatu from town to another place, I won't say, and these people actually demanded for the music to be switched off so that they can listen to what I was saying. It really tells you that the ground understands what we are doing. People just need a reason. People just need to be whipped. People just need to be told that, look, it is time. We need to build the rage. We need to make it the conversation. We have had all the ideas. We have had things about punitive laws. We've heard about the issue that are affecting Kenyans. I can speak about so many issues. University fees. I can talk about the university I went to, University of Nairobi. I paid 26,000 every year. Right now they are paying, I don't know, in hundreds of thousands every year, academic year. I paid only 5,400 for accommodation. Right now they are paying, I think, 39 or so thousands every year. I mean, every semester. We can talk about the acts and everything. We can talk about the carbon credits and people adopting forests, Rachel Ruto adopting forests, and we know what is behind that really. We can talk about the livestock bill and the punishment for any offense committed within that act. 500,000 Kenya shillings or 1 year in prison. I mean, for a normal Kenyan. You understand? Really, these are the things we need to tell people. These are the things we need to communicate even as we do groundwork. Now, ways of doing civic education are so many. Me, I've done matatus and buses and markets. I've done border shades. It is upon us. It behooves us to now all go out and not just concentrate on X spaces, but actually go to the common mwananchi at the lowest level, who is seated in a market somewhere in Uyoma with fish and mboga selling. Talk to them, understand first where they're coming from, understand really what they've had already, because again, you need to know what they've had. You might be going and imposing your ideas on them, and there's something they've had before. So get to know what they've had before. Then after that, now build on that conversation. Let us go to markets. Let us go to border shades. Let us go to churches. Actually, you go to churches, talk to the priest or anyone in charge before. Let them know that this is my agenda. This is what we are doing. We have only 4 or 3 days left to have the biggest protest day in Kenya. Let them know that, look, all of your voices are needed, and if you don't give me a chance to speak today in your church, then even God might deny you a chance to get to heaven. Let us go to bonding and team building activities. Those who are going to have team building activities between today and Wednesday, let us go to those spaces, mobilize people, parties and ceremonies. Kuna watu wako parties leo usiku. Let us get to them. Let us get to I know quite a number of universities are closed right now, but this is a war that is not ending today. So even as we proceed with the war, coming September, October, let us get to universities and colleges, because I have a very credible information that there are certain university leaders or student leaders who are paid to mobilize people to have event on the day you are supposed to go to JKIA, so that these students are more consumed in their events, that they don't get a time to come for the protest. So this government is using any way to try to thwart our energies, to thwart our efforts. And this is the time that we must rise up, everybody and anybody, to speak against impunity. Let us go to TikTok. I have actually recently decided to know how to use TikTok pretty well, because I realized so many Kenyans are following stuff on TikTok, and you can see the feedback. The feedback is that, look, we are behind you. Let us do it together. Let us go all out and convince our brothers and sisters that this war is for every Kenyan. And one thing that the people of Kenya don't really resonate with is the fact that we are making this war to be a war of Genzs only. Let us say this is a war of Kenyans. Yes, the revolution was started by Genzs. It has been led by Genzs for a substantial amount of time, but it is time that every Kenyan comes out and speak against the ills and the things that this government is doing. Now, finally, I would want to make just a message to any police officer or defense or members of the defense forces who are listening.
Yes.
Look, we are your brothers and sisters.
Mm-hmm.
And we are not against you. We are fighting for something that is going to benefit everyone, including you. We are your brothers and sisters. You are our fathers. You are, everything. Please, you've seen what have been done in other countries. Come together. Let us join hands and let us speak to the truth. For our religious leaders, especially SUPKEM have today said that we should suspend, or rather we should halt the Thursday protests. I want to tell them we are not halting. We are going forth and marching to occupy what is ours. So the religious leaders, those who have not spoken, please come out, be on the right side of history, and make it known that you want a better Kenya. Make it known that at some point in 2024, you supported the people of Kenya against an illegal government. Finally, and very final, this is a just cause. I normally say when the cause is just, conquer we must. Let's go forth and conquer, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. Nane, tunakutana.
Nane. Thank you very much, Joshua. Thank you for your submission about civic education, a very important ingredient in any form of revolution of the mind, revolution of the politics of that country. Civic education, political education, that's what we have been missing here on this app. Of course, there are people who have been teaching us and sharing with us, but I know that is something that is going on even right now offline and in other apps like WhatsApp and TikTok. Thank you very much. Bivon, the student. I'm giving you 1 minute.
Thank you. Good evening, everyone. My name is Bivon.
I want to make my submissions. Actually, I'm not talking about maybe some of you are talking about maybe civil education, some of you are talking about food security, but mine is just mobilization. As a high schooler, I want to tell you that Nane we will be there. We've seen things on social media. Some people saying that the government is worried. Some of us will join. Not some of us actually. We will be there because the government has messed up our lives. Not only the lives of the comrades. Let not the song be that the comrades are the ones who will be in the demonstrations. We will be there as high schoolers. As a person, I've taken that responsibility to mobilize my fellow students, my fellow age mates, my fellow schoolmates. I've taken a responsibility, and I'm sorry to say this. Sorry to the teachers who are listening to this. Sorry to the parents, but we have to face this thing. We cannot continue fearing. If we fear, we will not achieve. And if we quit this, we will not achieve what we want. Because one philosopher once said, quitters never win and winners never quit. So we cannot quit. We are almost there. Let's not celebrate of these small things we've achieved. We've achieved the maybe we've achieved the going to parliament. That is a small thing, very small indeed. So we should not be celebrating that at least Genzs achieved. No, we've not achieved. Our agenda is that Zakayo must step down. That is it. And some of us in this space might be asking ourselves, why are these students demonstrating? They don't have maybe mere reasons. We have the reasons. Some of us are here on social media. Majority of the students are here. We follow Cyprian. We follow Cornelius Rono. We follow these people, the educators. We know what is happening in the country. It is not that we don't know what is happening in the country. We know. We follow you bloggers. You tell us this and this is supposed to happen. This and this was supposed to happen and it never happened. It is supposed to be like this. That is why we will be in the streets full force, young as we are, to fight for our nation. Because if we don't fight, who will fight for us? The comrades will fight, yes. They achieve their own. Maybe we have to be there. We tell the president, Mr. President, because of the fall of the Finance Bill 2024, you said scholarships will get 16.9 billion cut off. The secondary schools capitation will get 18 billion cut off. The TVET capitation 4.5 billion, where we are heading to. The HELB 10 billion. What is that? We know what is happening. In school, we are given pocket money. But that pocket money doesn't help us, because when we were maybe in class 8 or form 1, it used at least to satisfy us. But now, bread is at 70 at school. Bread is at 70. You are given 2,000. How long is that pocket money going to last? We are facing the music more than the comrades, because the parents are suffering. We used to call our parents back home. Hello, mom, you know what? It's a weekend. Inasina pesa. The parent sends you 200, 500, 1,000. But now you call a parent. The parent tells you, unajua the loans I have zimechukua pesa yote. Hizi vitu nanunua hapa kwa nyumba, you understand. Wewe unajua mahali maisha imefika. Even the teachers in school tell us, wanatuambia huko maisha nje imekuwa ngumu. So we have the pain. We have felt the pain. So I want to tell you guys that Nane, don't be shocked if you see us having our own t-shirt, because as I've come up with my own groups, my Telegram groups. I have Telegram groups for only students that we discuss on how we are going to come out, so that we can tell this Zakayo, you know what, we are also touched. This must happen. We will be having our printed t-shirts telling Zakayo as a student, we are tired of hearing that the president, William Ruto, who is William Ruto? In fact, he's not even supposed to be called the president right away. He's just a mere person. It's only time and him which are separating the seat, time and him. So what we should do is not fear.
And I want to say this without fear of contradiction, that I as a person nitakuwa mbele. I've been the front line, fearing nothing. If I die, anyway, death is there. The Bible says, the hili siku ya kufa ni bora kuliko siku ya kuzaliwa. So why should I celebrate a birthday, a mere birthday yenye nimeshindwa kununua keki? I will die for this country and the country will be liberated. Country itakuwa sawa. People will be living their lives. This dictatorship must end. We cannot be dictated now. We can't be dictated with educated fools. Yani, I wonder. It's like now this government is playing with our minds. Ni kama, now let's take an example of Manchester United as a team. Manchester United, maybe as an example, has failed. Maybe it's down 2-0 goals, 2-0 goals. Now the coach comes in, says, you know what, Onana, why do you know why this team has maybe has not performed well? It's because Onana is supposed to play in the midfield, and maybe Anthony is supposed to go back to the goalpost. That is what Ruto is doing, migrating CSS to this place, removing this CS, taking to the center, taking to the center back, migrating from the center back, taking to the forward. They will do nothing. That is playing with our minds, mind games that we are in fact out of. We can't be dictated with this, just a mere person trying to play with our minds. At sasa nimevunja cabinet. I will maybe tell this, I will say this. No. I want to tell you, because of time, we will be there.
Yes.
Let's not fear. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
All right. Edgar, you can go on. I can see Julie. I can see Simon. Go on, Edgar.
Oh, okay. Thank you so much, Amerix. I hope I'm being heard. I actually dropped as a co-host. I've been having connectivity issues, and the space has been reported severally. So I also understand. So I'm going to continue giving people a chance, even though I'm not a co-host, but I'm going to give the people that have the mic a chance to talk, at least for 2 minutes, because this citizen assembly is about you guys. It's not about Amerix, not about Cyprian Nyakundi, or it's not about Edgar. We must have these conversations, no matter how uncomfortable it feels to have the conversations, because at the end of the day, we do not have any Kenya. We have this one Kenya, and we must protect it at all costs. So Julie, hi, how are you? You have the mic.
Good evening, everyone. How are you? Can you hear me?
Yes,
Hello?
we can hear you. We can hear you. Continue. Kindly continue.
Okay, all right. Thank you so much. Thank you, Amerix, for facilitating the.
Julie, are you speaking?
I am. Can you hear me?
Oh, okay. If you're not speaking, I'm going to give ask Ochi. I can see your hand is up, sir. What do you have to say?
Hello, Edgar. Can you hear me?
Perfectly. Proceed. 2 minutes.
Thank you. But Julie was speaking. I think you can't hear her from your side, but she was speaking. So let her finish, then I'll come in.
Okay. Thank you. Really kindly finish. I couldn't hear you. I can't hear you.
Can you hear me now? Okay, I will continue. Thank you, Amerix. Thank you to every Kenyan saying enough is enough. I have to say that a lot is riding on this movement, and I think there is so many people out there who are looking up to us Kenyans, what we are doing right now, demanding for what is rightfully ours. We are not asking for too much. We are not asking for anything extra other than that what we deserve, which is a better Kenya, with the leaders who know what they are doing, because currently is like the current leadership is blind or something, or tone deaf, because they are not listening. They are not answering our questions. They are not giving us way forward, which is really sad. I feel like our current leadership, they had perfect opportunity to rise up to the occasion, to give us direction, but the whole thing has been turned into us versus them, and this can only continue for so long. So I would say nane and also I had these questions. Maybe people here on the space can help me, with ideas on how can we call for accountability, to given what, you know,
I hope Julie is done speaking. Can you confirm that, Cyprian?
All right, pick someone else, please. Let's continue.
Okay.
I think she's done.
Okay, thank you. Ask Ochi, you have the mic.
All right, and thank you so much, brethren. Thank you so much, the Genzs who are here. Thank you so much, the host Eric, for giving us this platform to air out our views. Now, for me, I have a reason as to why I will be going on the streets on Thursday next week. First of all, I am a business person, someone who is just starting, and I'm so frustrated with the government from their high taxation. Previously, we were paying the business that we were used to pay 5,000, right now unalipa zaidi ya 9,000 bob. Hii 9,000 bob ukishalipa, watu wa Kanja wanakuja wanakuambia no, wewe uko na machines mbili, huwezi lipa hii 9k. Review your license application, update. Wakikufanyisha hivyo inakuja 14,000. Ukiwaambia that you don't have that money, wanakuambia no. Sasa kwa kusaidiana utupe 500 ama 1,000. They will again come after 2 days. If you don't have that money, unawatumia hiyo 1,000 ama 200 unawapea. So inakuwa ni kama unafanyia kazi hao watu. So unaamua unalipa hiyo 14,000. So since that money inakufinya kidogo, since we ni mtu unaanza biashara, una decide acha nitafute ka fridge, at least niuze juice isupport your rent. Ukitafuta fridge ulete, wanakuja wanasema sasa wewe sasa ushakuwa na biashara mbili. You have a mini cyber and you have a fridge. So this fridge is also taxed. So again you go and review. Una update tena hiyo license yako. So unapata unalipa pesa mingi sana kwa government to a point you go at a loss in the name of paying taxes. So that is the major reason personally as to why I'm supporting Nane and Ruto must go. It is so devastating. And also guys, niko na majamaa wangu ambao they are worried because guys, most small wigs they have a reason to worry because wakienda streets na wabambwe, jamaa kuwaongelelea si rahisi na inaeleweka since they are small wigs, na wanaogopa sana, especially those anonymous boys in outbacks. So I was requesting Edgar, Eric, Nyakundi, we discuss a strategy of how we are going to demonstrate so as to reach this goal of stick together or be scattered and perish. What strategy are we going to use to stick together? Ndo maboys wetu wasibambwe. Because people are in this, people understand what is going on. The only thing they don't have is a directive and a strategy to use to demonstrate or protest. The other day I was KOT Sonko at TUM and we were talking to a few comrades. People are so frustrated, especially comrades. For example, Eric, mimi niko TUM, tumesoma TUM na KOT Sonko. Hiyo shule bro, mimi nikiingia TUM, KOT Sonko ameingia hiyo TUM mess ikiwa haiko, but mimi niliingia mapema. Nikiingia TUM kulikuwa na mess. Pale mess mimi nilikuwa na survive na at most 70 bob a day because in the morning nilikuwa na kunywa chai na mkate at 15 bob. Saa saba nilikuwa na choma rice, hiyo ilikuwa 20 bob plus veggies. Jioni mimi nilikuwa nakula sima na mboga, hiyo ni 22 bob. It was very affordable. Though still that mess of ours was most expensive compared to other universities. Hiyo mess ilikuja ikatolewa. I don't know what happened. There are very many stories. Rather, that mess has been taken over by a private investor whose prices are not affordable to many comrades. From the statistics, most comrades walishindwa kustahimili hiyo survival and therefore they dropped out. As you can imagine, Edgar, I had a roommate, siwezi mtaja. That guy tulikuwa tuna survive na yeye. That guy angetumiwa hata 300 a week ama hata 200. So you see hiyo 300 ama 200 alikuwa anaibajetia ana survive nayo pale mess. Saizi food yenye alikuwa ananunua 20 bob, saizi hiyo food ni 70 bob ama 100 bob. Sasa so unaona hiyo 300 haiwezi msustain saizi. So you see such students had to drop out. And these are the many problems zenye zinaanzia huku chini, na ukiona kitu inafanyika huku chini imetoka na huko juu. So guys, we have very many reasons to go to the streets. Mtu mwenye anasema etio tunaenda ku waste time kule streets, haja feel test ya hii ama hajakuwa hit na hii government. So guys, I'm supporting Nane and I'm giving you morale. Tutoke next week Thursday to the streets. Let us air out our views and mimi sema kila siku we must be heard because we matter. Asanteni sana. Eric, tafadhali muzungumzie hiyo strategy tutatumia ndo at least maboys wengi watokeze. Thank you so much.
Okay, asante. Thank you so much for that. I'm going to bring in Captain Gaira. How are you? How are you, Captain? Okay, if he's not there, I'm going to let Deborah Akello speak. Good evening, how are you?
I'm good. How are you guys doing?
We're fine. You have the mic, 2 minutes kindly.
Thank you. So yes, I've been listening and thank you for giving me the mic. And the topic today is stick together or be scattered and perish. So what are the other ways of this movement sticking together? I've heard people talk about civic education, and I want to give a shout out to Morara Kebaso. He's been giving very good videos in terms of civic education, and those videos are going viral. Why are we going on the street on the 8th? So other ways that we can also do civic education is, what is it that somebody can do in the comfort of their own home to show that they are dissatisfied with this government? I was of the opinion that if we say from 12 o'clock to 1 o'clock every day, We should be making noise, banging sufurias. If you're in the house, just go outside with your sufurias, just bang them and tell this government we are hungry, we don't have food. For 1 hour, there is noise all over the country. Then we stop. And then those who are driving, if you're driving on the street from 12 o'clock to 1 o'clock, you are just hooting your horn continuously. You just hoot your horn continuously in the comfort of your own car. We just make noise all over. Is it Kisumu, Nairobi? We know from 12 to 1 ni kupiga honi. Tunapiga tu honi, kelele, kelele, kelele. You know, that one somebody can do in the comfort of their car while they're driving. And then again at night, from 8 if we said from 7 p.m. to 8 p.m. tunapiga tu kelele. Kama una drive, kama uko kwa nyumba, just get sufuria na mwiko, piga tu. Yani, noise, all over noise, to show this government we are dissatisfied. So these are some of the ways that people can participate in this protest. If not just going on the street, what can somebody do in the middle, in the comfort of their home? All you do, toka tu kwa dirisha, ama utoke nje kwa mtaa, kwa raunda, mnapiga tu kelele. So that is what I think we need to do. We need to tell people in our neighborhood, why are you dissatisfied with this government? And if you're dissatisfied, what can you do? Kama uko kwa market, mpige tu kelele. Just make noise. For 1 hour, you stop. Then again, jioni, mnapiga kelele for 1 hour, you stop. This can be done continuously every day, even without demonstrating kungoja nane. We can start these things and continuous tuendelee. Ndio wajue, yes, tumenyamaza, but we are not satisfied. I think that can really send shockwaves to this government. Thank you.
Okay, thank you so much for that and for your contribution. So I'm going to bring in Wakili. Her name is Achieng Ochieng. She has wanted to speak about the issue on IBC. I think she's preparing something together with Mukenya Daima, if I'm not wrong. So, Madam Wakili, kindly, if you could keep it to 2 minutes, kindly.
Hi, Edgar. Thank you. I'm Dana Chieng Wakili, and I'm just here to speak on IBC. And the point I want to touch on, or my points on today on IBC, will be about the selection panel that is currently underway. Just to bring you guys up to speed, some of you might not know, but there's a court order by Kalonzo Musyoka and the Wiper Party to stall the process of having the selection panel. Like, he's stalling the process of selecting the panelists, the IBC panelists. And the reason why he's doing this, it's because him as himself, as Wiper, he wants to switch one of the Azimio reps to be one of Wiper reps. And true, he is part of the Azimio coalition. So I want us to come in as the youth. Right now, I've been seeing, even my mom called me, and we are being called Generation Zote. We're not just Gen Z, we're Generation Zote. And what I want us to touch on, the youth, we've really made, our voice has been heard. We went to the streets, we demonstrated, and we're still going to go out on Nane. But I'll criticize, but najua tita tunakuanga wakali, but mi nitasema vile nitasema, wale watanichukia ni sawa. The youth, we comprise of our population is about 70%. Yeah, I'm talking about people under the age of 35 years. What I just want to put across to all of us, if we made noise and we went to the street and we demonstrated, and the people who benefited from this is Raila and his team. Yeah, they got all the CS positions, and us, it's like we were just left there hanging. They're not listening to us. It's now they've united. It's the government of Kenya versus the people, not the government of Kenya. It's the government versus Kenyans. Yeah. So my point is, if we have a very strong voice, but we need to sit at the table, or we need to have people at the table where critical decision making is being made, because there's no way that we can trust. We are saying, okay, there's selection, there's There's LSK, there's the parties, there's ISPAC and everything. There's no way we are still going to allow these same people that we have no trust on to have our best interest at heart. What am I saying? All I'm just trying to say right now, there's a petition that's being tabled in Parliament. Hopefully tomorrow we are working on it. And that petition, all that petition is just saying is that we want that the youth, at least youth and person of disabilities, PWD, one male, one female, or one PWD, to be part of the selection panel. And I feel like this is important because if we have somebody who is there in the table where these tumbocrats are going to make decisions that are going to influence our lives, because I've been in this space and we are tired, there's hopelessness, but we're still fighting. And especially that the numbers of 247, nilisikia namba nikasikia kama nitachizi. Nikikumbuka media says the media was reporting 60. And I'm like, why was the media reporting 60? I don't know, 50 for the longest time, ikafika 61, ikastall hapo. And yet, the number right now is at 247. And me, the way I know, if the number is at 247, that number has been trimmed down. If the number has been trimmed down, it means there are more people and they're still trying to cover up. And Ruto is a strategist. Tulikuwa tumemaliza, and he went and purposefully picked Raila because he knew Raila has a say. There are people who Raila will say jump and they'll ask how high. If he didn't go for Raila, I don't see how Ruto would have survived till today. But Raila came on his side, and now they've bought each other some grace period, and now they're together. But now all I'm saying is, guys, if we are good at pushing tags, we are good at going, making our voices being heard. But I don't see how our voices will end up being heard, because our one voice is one kura. One kura is one vote. That's one vote too many. If we can have people, our people who we can front, 3 names that we can front based on that petition, so that at least as that selection panel is going on, it's just not fully influenced by people who already have a say. LSK, I have so much faith in LSK and as Faith Odembo as the president, but I cannot say I have faith in all the rest. And by that, how many people? I've just minus 1 LSK. Is it 1 or 2 positions? That leaves 7. So those 7 are going to influence the commissioners that are going to be the ones that will handle the whole elections. So my plea is this. This is just the plea that I have, and even that's the petition that's being tabled has the same plea. If we could get our own people to be part of that selection panel, because we're 70% of the population. Our voice needs to be heard, and our representation, we are a movement, but this representation, we need now people to represent our voices in the tables where these people are making decisions that affect us, because at the end of the day, the decisions that they make, they will affect the common mwananchi. They're making decisions for the common mwananchi, but if they don't have the interests of the common mwananchi, bado tutachezwa. And Ruto is a strategist. He gave me IBC tayari. Anaicheza, ni vile tu tuweni. We're good, we're planning here, Nane, that is good. But what I'd want to do when going forward is we need to strategize. We need to be beating Ruto at his own game. Haezi kakuwa na to clap all the time. Right now, if we could get people to the IBC selection panel, I feel like our voices will start having, they'll be looking at that panel and then they see those 3 youths wako, they feel the presence of the Gen Z. But wakiwa kwa hizo room peke yao, si tuna rely, maybe at times they'll have closed door meetings. You don't know Ruto is sending who with who na bahasha gani, Mr. Bahasha na bahasha zake kubwa. All this is influence, and this influence is going to the topmost thing, the IBC. This is our bet, guys, because just imagine the rage that you're feeling right now. And we're in 2024. 2027, imagine wakituibia kura. Haitakuwa kitu poa.
All right.
So the selection panel, guys, if we can push to have people, the petition will be there tomorrow in Parliament.
All right.
And if it can work, it will be really good. That's all I had to say.
Thank you very much. Edgar, please ensure that speakers are not going beyond time so that everyone can speak. What was his at yours? Mimi ni small wig, what? No, everyone should speak whatever they want to say, as long as it is building towards whatever objective we want to achieve. 2 minutes maximum, and then you give someone else the mic. And if someone spoke last week, don't give them the mic.
Okay, thank you so much, Asante Achieng. So I'll move to Nick. Nick, Naje. Okay. Let me move to AK. How are you? You have the mic.
I'm good. Thank you very much for letting me jump up and speak. And I've been listening in for a while, and I just wanted to come up and just offer my a bit of advice in terms of what I'm hearing and everybody, with concerns about the movement and getting the people together. And one of the things that caught my eye about this space was the amount of people here. And I think that's important. I think everybody can do their part to come together in spaces like this and learn from each other about the cause, about August 8th, and I think that's one way of doing it, and that's the way people can organize and come together in the streets there in Kenya, and that's the way that you can spread that message to each other. In different countries, you look at places like the United States, how they can organize protests and get movements together. Different places like that. It's just a lot of that comes from people connecting online first. And I think it's effective when you have the momentum of the people coming from spaces like this where, you have that connected togetherness, the shared beliefs and the shared perspectives, but also learning people with different perspectives that both believe in the cause. So I think that's important. I just wanted to come up and say, I posted a post here in the blue pill that I used with a little bit of references from some of the comments. I used Grok AI to make it, to just kind of give a quick description for people who don't necessarily know basically what everybody's talking about. And then I did also go and make a picture with AI just to demonstrate some more visual ways of getting people's attention. And I think that's, to me, what I try to do with different causes that I go around using X. It's a great platform, and it's only growing in its ability to connect the people against exactly what this cause is representing, which is rising up against corruption in the best interest of the people. You guys have support all the way around the world, and so I wanted to come up and just offer that to you and say, keep doing what you're doing, and we wish you the best.
Okay, thank you so much for your submission, and thank you so much for keeping it short. So I'm going to give John Osebe a chance. John, how are you? John? Sasa, okay, why should you request for the mic? Hello. When you're given the mic, you come up here and you do not speak. John, can you hear me?
Hello, sir. I can hear you.
Okay,
Edgar,
I'll move to Keoti Sonko.
Edgar, can you hear me?
Hello.
Hello, Edgar, can you hear me?
Keoti Sonko.
Okay. Thank you so much, Edgar and Eric. Nachukua fursa hii kwanza kuwashukuru. The last week I was here but I was unable to speak. I don't know what was happening with my device, but today I'm here and I want to report to you guys that David Mugonyi of the CAK is currently meeting the editorial chiefs in the media sector and has already threatened them. So the editorial sector will face a trap because the advertorial chiefs have decided to sleep with the government. So guys, I'm giving you this information because currently the media, I mean the local media, the TV stations, the radio stations have already been compromised And there was a time they were even threatened that they shouldn't cover the protests. So that is what is happening. And of course, they have also barricaded the stops along the ways from 6 kutakuwa na ule msako. But still, we are not going to give up because we really want each and every person to come in CBD. Yeah. And our protests zitaanza at exactly 7 a.m. and they will not end. Ikifika saa 12 jioni, we are not going to end like what happened on 25th. We will still be in town. So guys, when you come in CBD, come prepared. Come with your charger. Come with your with your device ishakuwa charged. Come with anything you think inaweza kusustain for at least 2 days because Nane is not going to be business as usual. We have been crying here and there, but the government, they have not listened to us. The other day when I spoke to one only William Ruto on the live space, I asked him why he was giving a person who is a lawyer the ministry for transport, and then akakuja kukaliwa masikio zake akachukua mtu mwenyewe anamweka in the ministry for sports. So I'm wondering what exactly that this person knows. Ama ni venye alichezea bunge FC some other times. Anyway, guys, personally I've been hosting the spaces overnight trying to mobilize people and over the civic education, and I thank all of those who have been attending those sessions. I was in Mombasa just like Ochi said the other day, and I met a few mamas walikuwa hapo Shanzu. These mamas had attended the meeting ya Ruto, and they were telling me that they were paid between 500 and 1,000. And so I tried to record them, and I edited that video and like in the features because I didn't want them to be exposed, and I posted here on X. So just know that whenever Ruto goes, your crowd yako nayo, it's a paid crowd. Yeah. So how watu hata si ati they are chanting Ruto because they feel like he's the best leader. They are chanting because they have been paid. Na hizi vitu zinafanya hivi wana attend hizo vitu because they are so poor. Hawezi afford kuacha kuenda because at least akienda hapo atapatiwa shilingi 200 akuja mwenyewe unga na imsustain. Just like the other day Eric said ye alilelewa na miwa. Ye mimi nimelelewa na changaa bwana, yeah? Na I don't want my children and my grandchildren to go through what I've gone through. Yeah? So we are asking people to come out in large numbers on Nane. And those influencers who are here, especially wale socialites and celebrities, musicians, we are calling you mkuje pia nyinyi mu amplify this voice because sisi hapa ma small wigs peke yetu hatuwezi, and even the government is trying to divide us by promoting sijui the small wigs na big wigs, sijui big wigs our support small wigs, yeah. So we find out that the TL is so lazy, watu wanagombana left, right and center. So guys, I think we should end all those hizo mavita tumekuwa nazo hapa TL and come we stick together, because if you are going to be scattered, then you are going to perish, just like Eric had said. So wale mko TikTok, Facebook, Twitter, here on X, Telegram, Instagram, WhatsApp, usiwahi lala kama haujongelesha at least watu 10 kuambia tarehe 8 mwezi wa 8 tuko nje hadi masaa 8 za usiku wa manane. Anyway, thank you so much Edgar na Eric.
Edgar. Hello Edgar. Hello. Hello, can you hear us?
Yes, Edgar, it's John Osebe.
Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, go on. 2 minutes.
Yeah. Okay, first of all, I can say I'm a small wig, and my focus today was I wanted to talk about small wigs being abducted because they are complaining they are not getting attention when they are abducted. I think small wigs can just use the LSK contacts. Another way we can help these small wigs is we can dedicate a channel, one account on that day, on Thursday. If they can all tag maybe Cyprian or Eric, you just tag one person specifically for you to be heard and you can find help. Besides abductions of small wigs, I wanted to say on Thursday I will attend for the first time. I've been really amplifying online, retweets, likes. That's my part. I've been playing a lot, but this Thursday, the only reason I'm turning up and the reason I'm angry with this government is you look at everything, the cost is increasing, but the services are not matching the cost. You can imagine an ID that was being given free. Now you have to pay and wait. It's not even waiting, beg for you to get your ID. Passports, we cannot even start to talk about that. I don't know if there is a service in government that is working. I don't know if there is a service you can just walk in an office of a government and you go home in the service you came to seek for without bribing or begging or just waiting without knowing whether you will get the service or not. It is just discouraging. And about jobs, if there is a pandemic right now, it's joblessness. We're just covering it very well.
Thank you.
Joblessness is a very serious issue.
Thank you very much.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Asante sana. I can see, Edgar, are you there? Today the network was a bit bad and I'm thinking I'll be buying Starlink. Who is next? Mkenya Daima. Then we continue. Edgar, are you there? Mkenya Daima, go on. Mkenya Daima?
Yes, can you be able to hear me?
Yes. I'm here, Edgar.
Yeah, go on, please.
Okay, thank you. The reason why today I picked the mic is I wanted to highlight and say that this fight is in all fronts, and I sat down and I said I'm not going to be left behind in terms of taking part in different sectors. I took time to go through the NADCO report, and I've been working alongside Diana and other lawyers. And the reason why, what happened, the way you saw many politicians celebrating the NADCO report, it is because they have already stolen the future elections. When we are here fighting for how things should be done, they have already stolen the future election. And this is how they have been able to do it. When you go through the NADCO report, there are a few things that you're going to notice. One thing is they have given Azimio 2 slots. They have given Kenya Kwanza 2 slots. They have given the church a slot, the Muslims a slot, LSK a slot, and also they have given the accountants, certified accountants slots. So there are like 9 slots for the IBC selection panel. And the importance of this is that this IBC selection panel, it is the one that will choose the 70 commissioners. And the thing that I want us to know, I want everyone to know is we are not going to be left behind in terms of being on the table. That is one thing, and that is where they've been beating us. So I sat down and I said, I will not just be left behind. I'm going to go through the 520 pages of the NADCO report to make sure that I understand this report and also collaborate with other people. This is the first petition that will be presented to the parliament that I am part of. I don't care whether I'm a villager from Sekuru. For those who know me, I'm a villager from Sekuru, and I've been mobilizing for Nane from Sekuru. So I don't care about that aspect. Right now, I've realized that we are not going to take a back seat and say, oh, watatupangia. No, we are going to be part of those conversations. We are going to be on those tables whereby even when things go wrong, we clearly know that there is passion for us. There are people who are telling me, Mkenya Daima, what if LSK, the church, and the rest of the people decide to choose a youth? No, these are things that we demand. Youths and people living with disabilities have always had a representation in every aspect of our country. Where is it that when we come to the critical issues of IBC selection panel that is responsible for how we select our leaders and everything, that the Kenyan youths have been left out? No. Next week, we are hopefully that we are going to have a petition that will ensure that we get 3 slots as youths, 2 slots, 1 female and male, and also people living with disabilities. So we are looking for petition that is going to amend the law from 9 slots to 12 slots, whereby we get a position, and we want it to be on the books. We want it to be on pen and paper that we have a position on IBC selection panel. There is no way you are going to tell me we are 70% of the people and we are not part of the conversation. So that is an issue that I wanted to highlight. And when you see me, while I'm pushing for Nane, I'm still pushing for the restructuring of IBC, and also behind the scene, I'm also following what needs to be done, and also collaborating with the rest of the guys, with the lawyers, to make sure that we have a petition that is going to amend the IBC law that makes sure that we have 12 slots and we have been considered. Hatutaki ikuwe ni kama favor. That is, we have already moved from that. We are going to determine how we are ruled in this country. We are 70% of the people, because remember we are projected to be around 57 million and we constitute around 14 million voters. So we are not going to let on people make decisions for us, because when you look at that, Azimio and Kenya Kwanza, they are together. The church, it's no doubt they are in bed with the government. So 6 or 7 slots out of the 9 already, those people are in bed together. So we don't want them to steal future election, because that is what they have done. That's why you saw all of them signing the NADCO report, and they were very happy. So that is something that I've been highlighting, and you guys, you need to understand. I want you guys to see the impact that has when we are furthering the agenda of making sure that we define the Kenya we live in. Eric, Cyprian, and Edgar, thank you for the opportunity. That is the issue I've been highlighting, and behind the scene, I'm pushing for the petition. I think this is the first petition me as a villager I'll be part of, as a guy from Mukambani in Sekuru, and I'm urging you, when you see it, just support it. Thank you, because I'm pushing for us to make sure that we are part of the conversation. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Can you hear me, Edgar? You know, I have to confirm because my network is bad. Cyprian, can you hear me?
Eric, I think Edgar can't hear you because he just communicated with PM that he's not able to hear anything on the space.
Okay, thank you very much. So I see Billy Mijungu. Ben Sirkal.
Yeah, thank you so much, Eric and Cyprian and Edgar, for giving me this chance. I will go very fast, and I have taken my time. Every evening after work, I go to Jivanji Gardens. I go to a town at the CBD, trying to enlighten our people and trying to get the feedbacks of what they're seeing and what should be done. And I've come to realize that it is true that we have a problem in Kenya. People can see the problem, But the challenge is that so many people do not understand the causes of this problem. We are only trying to deal with the symptoms. I think the problem is very, very deep because the executive wing of government is not working, the legislature is not working, the judiciary is not working. There is nothing that is working in this country. Even the families, the social fabric of a society is torn totally. And I have analyzed this problem because if you want to analyze a problem, then you first understand the problem, you try to get the evidences, and then come up with recommendations. And if you talk to so many people in the streets, they're saying that the recommendation we have is protests. And you see, if you look at protest, that's a political solution for a political problem. So we've decided to have a political solution, but the problem that we're having as ourselves is that we are not ready to get organized. Because in my opinion, the political class have organized themselves. The minority of them have now organized themselves, and they've divided us into groups. They're categorizing us into the rural areas and the urban areas. So they've realized that this protest is going to be strong in the urban areas, and now they're going to campaign and give goodies and lie to the people in the rural areas. So I think as we move forward, we need to understand that the politicians have gathered, and it is important, however much we are trying to avoid this problem, it is important that we understand that for us to have a political solution, we have to get organized. I know we don't trust each other. There's the problem we're having. There's a lot of mistrust, but we need to risk to trust some of us. And I think on way forward, the only way we can have a genuine solution, because we realize that we have the solutions and we're trying to tell these people in power to come up with solutions, but the content of their character cannot allow them. So I think it is important to identify a few of us so that when the IBC is formed, we need to take over the legislative wing of this government. We need to take over parliament by making sure that the 200 members of parliament who are already weak are replaced, so that if we have 200 members of parliament, then we can change so much in this country. We can change so much. So because the protests, they have the monopoly of violence. They have the monopoly of illegal and legal violence. Right now they're planning. Yeah. Can I complete?
Yeah, wind up.
Yeah, so my point is, I think we need to spread these protests. Let's organize protests in the 47 counties, in the 290 constituencies, in the 1,450 wards. As we prepare for an election, the moment the IBC is out, we need to kick out the 200 members of parliament so that we can take over the legislative wing of this government. If we do that, then we can change so much, and people, even the public, can see that we really have an end to the protests that you're trying to organize. Thank you so much for the opportunity. And you can go to my channel is in the TikTok, Ben Sirikala. I'm trying to do a lot of civic education in the streets, in the churches, everywhere. I'm trying to make everybody to join us, understand that we have a problem and all of us must be part of this solution. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Godfrey? Godfrey? Shadi Oti? Yellow Book?
Hello guys, can you hear me?
Yeah, speak.
Okay, thank you very much for the opportunity. I'm just going to try to be as fast as possible just to air out my brain. So I'd like to thank the legal Aching for clearing the glass for maybe something I wanted to mention before. So I'd like to say that every system has can you hear me? Am I breaking? Hello. Hello.
Yeah, go on, please.
Okay. So every system has individual components with specific functions to perform, and we have done well so far. Kudos for our efforts. It's over time. Eventually, we are becoming smarter with time, but I feel like we're moving also slow. That's my naive point, but allow me to explain why. My great concern is that as much as we don't want to acknowledge it, we are playing a political game. Worse enough, we are against politicians, people who have a sense of humor while mentioning their cute net worths. So our movement, it has caused a great shake, and it has resulted to response that none of us expected, actually, because we wanted to benefit, but only the political class is benefiting now. How are they benefiting? They are becoming united. Why are they becoming united? For their longevity. Because they are threatened and they need to keep their jobs. So has it worked? Yes, for now. Maybe is there a way it will fail? Yes. How? I'm going to give you my brief idea, which I don't know if people are going to agree with this, but we need a system. Sadly, a political system. Why? Because that is the game. Thanks to Aching for wiping our glasses again, clear. This is the reality we need to come into light with. Short term, we are in the streets, but long term, our previous generations and our future generations require us to effectively implement these Delulu ideas that we have. And eventually in the future, they want to see us implement these ideas. So we should we wait for the streets to win to create a system? I don't think at all. I think we should start now. We need leaders, if not movers. We need to have a legislative arm, yes, our own, not really LSK. We need a communication team. I think that will be easy if we have a communication team and we have strategy after having a clear one vis-a-vis our demands. I think it will be easy for us to make these people understand what we really want. So
Thank you very much.
thank you so much for the opportunity, and keep up the good work, guys.
George.
Yes, sir. Thank you so much, Eric and Edgar. Good to see you. Stay free, please. Maestro, I want to go back to something you said about 2 hours ago. That as we are fighting here on Twitter, there are people on the ground laying down foundations for the systems that we would want to effect the change that you are looking for. And I want to point out two things only about our seeds in agriculture and something Honorable Bogo said earlier on about vital organ transplants. And I want to give a very personal story about the vital organ transplants. My own mother has a cornea in her eye that was transplanted to her on the day that they were rejecting Miguna to come back into Kenya. If you remember that back in 2018, that very day, my mother's cornea had arrived at the airport from Florida. And the reason I had ordered a cornea for her from Florida is because our own systems in Kenya had failed us. My mother had a cornea transplant from a cornea that was harvested and donated to the Visa Oshwa hospital in Roresho, across the street from Sinyaru Street. And the problem with that is it's an Indian-run hospital, and they run these donations of vital organs, but they do not use those organs on Kenyan recipients. They send the premium vital organs to India. So when you hear somebody, and this is going to shock most of you, that they are going to India for heart transplant, they are going to India for kidney transplant, they are going to India for cornea transplant, chances are those corneas are from Kenya. And so we wasted a lot of money on the first procedure on my mother, because they gave us a very poor cornea. And now we had to repeat the procedure on my mom. When I went to Kenya in 2017, I found my mom had been blind for 3 years because that poor cornea did not work. So I worked with a doctor, professor of medicine, Professor Irako, and I told her, I want you to advise me. If it was your mother, what would you do? And she said, if it was my mother, I would get her premium cornea. And the premium cornea was in Florida. So we made arrangements. My mom needed some treatments to suppress some nerves that were growing on her eye. And when it was all clear, in March of 2018, around that time, the day Miguna was trying to come back to Kenya for the first time, she had a cornea transplant in the evening because the cornea was delayed at the airport because of the fracas of Miguna. And she was told, come back tomorrow at 10 o'clock. And I was on a video call with my sister as the nurse was removing the dressings on my mom's eye. And immediately she started seeing. After 3 years being blind. And I'm only saying this to point out what you said. There are people on the ground making systems work for us. And what Honorable Boko alluded to, as we are fixing things, we also need to fix the issue of vital organ donation and vital organ transplants so that we are not being short-churched. Our own people are the ones donating. Most of the time, and I'll tell you this, most of the time, you don't even know that your loved one who passed away had their vital organs harvested. So we need to mainstream that aspect so that our own people benefit from those procedures and we stop going to India to chase a heart that was harvested at a public hospital in Nairobi. Later on, in my pursuit for business, I formed a logistic company that deals with transportation of those same vital organs, the hearts, the kidney, the liver, the corneas. And so when in the comment section, when Honorable Bogo was saying a heart is about 33 million Kenya shillings, it's a little bit more like $1.5 million. But if we had those procedures done in Kenya, because you know it or you don't, those vital organs are being harvested from our loved ones that have passed on. That's an area we need to fix. Area number two, very briefly, we have been talking for the longest time about the agricultural seeds problem. I only have two brain cells. Sometimes it's only one that is working. So when I see a problem, I immediately activate a solution. So instead of us talking about the problem of GMOs and Bill Gates and this, they are doing this to us. How about we create systems that work for us? How about we create our own version of a global seed vote for Kenya, for East Africa, for Africa? There is a known global vote, seed vote, that is in Norway by the Arctic Ocean. So we have those indigenous seeds. I saw you, Maestro, posting some very colorful seeds, including those of maize, that are indigenous to our sub-Saharan region. Those very seeds are the ones that the Mexicans are thriving in the native Indian places of Mexico, because they are holding dear to their culture, their traditions, and their agricultural seeds. So those colorful corn, those maize seeds, that's what you would see in Yucatan region. I've been there. And when they are serving you food, like the tortillas, they would come in multiple colors. You know, coming from North America, you would think they put a color, food color on it. No, they are natural colors to the Yucatan Indians in that section of Mexico. How about we go back to when my grandmother was growing organic millet and sorghum and finger millet and dengu and jugu and dhuu, and then we have a vote where we are preserving those seeds for the future generations, so that when we need to replant, we are no longer victims of Bill Gates. We are supplying those seeds amongst ourselves from our own votes, dependent on the climate change, the climate sections of our Kenyan beautiful landscapes. Instead of being victims, let's be proactive and create food banks, seed banks for ourselves. And the reason I'm so insistent on lobby groups, special interest groups, is because those special groups, if you are a farmer from the Rift Valley, if you are a farmer from Ukabani, where Jugu and Imiji come, Dengu come from, then those farmers would form a special interest group that they can come together and lobby a member of parliament to push a bill in favor of their special interests, so that we are no longer victims of Bill Gates. We have people in positions of power that are shaping policies towards what is favorable for us. I don't think I need to add anything else. And thank you so much for giving me this opportunity.
All right. Thank you very much. Cyprian, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, my network has been bad, but I've received some very good, is it donations? Some 2 or 3 fellows have said they are going to buy for me Starlink. The network has been bad, and I'm also told our space has been reported from, of course, you know those fellows who receive money to come and
abuse people here. So they have been reporting it massively. I think more than 100 times. So it keeps on going down, and people are unable to fetch it. So as we approach the tail end of the discussion, I just want to bring in someone called the real something. The network has been so bad today. I don't know if it was deliberate. I don't know, but it has been so bad. Very,
So
very
real quick, Maestro, and as you speak, you look like you are still muted on my end. There is a special offer going on Starlink in for Kenya. Are you familiar what that price is?
I didn't check, but I think there is. Can you hear me, George?
Yes, I can hear you.
Yeah, I think it has gone down to 39,000. I think so.
That 9,000. That is 40,000.
Yes, but
I would say
the monthly subscription remains 6,500.
I will send you 50% of that, and then the rest of the people can figure that out.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
We are effecting the change that we want.
Asante sana.
I'll be on your inbox for your M-Pesa.
Okay. Vincent.
Hello, everyone. I think
who is speaking?
The real Vincent is me. Vincent.
Yes, go on. 2 minutes.
Yeah, I'll be very brief. I don't think I have a lot to say. We meet on the streets, and very fast after 8, I think we need to start acting. We've been empowering each other on the space so much. We need to come with guidelines that how we are going to start hitting on the ground. When Ruto wanted to become a president of this country, he went on the streets and he went on the ground to manipulate our people. Kenyans don't get news on social media much. The only enlightened population that gets social media networks news are our youth. So if we want to, the big chunk of the population that we need to face are our parents. And this is politics. And if we have to change anything, we have to do politics. If you saw South Africa, there are people who came out to lead these movements. If you go to America, the likes of Martin Luther King, those guys were speaking on the podium. We need to have people who are speaking. And for us, for me, I'm ready. On the ground, we need to hit those ground and have rallies. Let us come with a strategy and raise funds. We don't even need to start registering a party now. Let us just go have Genzs movements or Genzs rallies. We say this weekend we will be in Mombasa. Next weekend we give them a schedule. The same way is having a schedule to go to Mombasa, to go to Nyeri and go and lie. Let us also go there. Let us go and speak to the people. The people will record this messaging and also spread it. Another thing, let us bear the government. If any case the loans are being taken from the World Bank and the loans are what is weighing us back, let us come out with a till number or even a pay bill to KCB that you want to pay the World Bank. Let's say we have a account in KCB and tell them we are going to plead with the world that loans are choking our economy. Let us come and raise anything that we can, any money that we can raise. Let us go and offset the loan. They will be scared and they will also know that at least something is going on. If we continue holding spaces on X and we're not acting on the ground, and you see the reason why they did it, Baba, they know Raila has masses, and the people, so many people follow Raila. When Raila was oppressed in the parliament, he left the parliament walking, and he went to Kibera and told them, if you don't want me, bring the change again to the people. The people will always feel you when you go to them. Let us face this thing. Tusiogope tusiseme unaleta to betray, unaleta to betray. No, let's have the people who are courageous enough. We have enough young people outside here who can speak, who can address these issues. Let us go to the podium. Tuende tu kaka Kamkunji, hata kina Raila walienda sijui U77, walienda Kamkunji, wengine walienda Uhuru Park. Let us go somewhere and say we are going to Kisumu this weekend. You will see people will turn up, and this movement will be a threat towards 2016 because the only thing we can do is vote at the ballot. The last thing, IBC, you see they're setting up IBC. We should also be ready on this other side. We are good in tech. we are good in mobilizing hosting servers, and we are also good in having a communication relayed from the villages. We will have each and every polling station having our people. We have our tallying center, we have our server backing all those things out. That is when we will have democracy leading in Kenya, and we elect leaders who can deliver for us. That is the only submission I have for tonight. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much. Can you hear me, Cyprian?
Yes, Eric, I can hear you.
Am I clear?
Yes, you are.
Yeah, maybe I can give you 3 minutes. You say something, then we wind up.
Okay. So it's been a very engaging discussion, and it was nice to get to hear everyone share their views, and we tried to pass the mic around as many times as we could, but the space appeared to have technical issues throughout, so we tried our best, and I hope as many of you got to express your opinions. So yeah, it's important to keep having such conversations and having such engagements. So let us hope that next time we get to have this conversation, we won't get to have too many technical issues. But all in all, it was engaging, and we got to hear some very insightful remarks. So thank you so much to everyone who joined, and have yourselves a good night. I think that's all.
All right. Thank you very much. Can you hear me?
Yes, yes.
All right. So we have MC Njagi, who came here with a very painful story. We didn't finish that story because many speakers wanted to speak out. So if you're in a position to support him, if you're in a position to give him a second opportunity, possibly to restart his career or restart his singing talent, you can of course get me in the inbox. I'll give you his details, his number, so that we can pull him. Our interest is to pull people from the bins. Otherwise, thank you very much. I had talked to Pastor Nganga to join us, but I think he didn't. He was busy. I wanted him to tell us a lot of things about spirituality and his position when it comes to the Nane movement. So, yeah, that's it. Thank you very much.
uhuru, amani na uhuru.